Chapter 1432. Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he slowly swept his gaze across the entire place. Amidst the various gazes and discussions, his gaze landed on Zhao Jin, who was also staring at him. Xiao Yan, since things have already developed to this stage, it is useless for you to quibble. You betrayed the clan and colluded with outsiders to commit such a heinous act. Today, I will reveal your true colors. Zhao Jin's eyes involuntarily flashed when he saw Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over. He opened his mouth slightly before he lifted his head and shouted with a righteous expression. You! On the other side, the anger on Lian Er's pretty face grew. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian waved his hand at Xiao Yan, indicating for the latter to be at ease. Only then did the young lady withdraw her hand with a furious expression. Noisy. Xiao Yan merely glanced indifferently at Zhao Jin's deafening shout and laughed softly. The disdainful words from his mouth caused Zhao Jin's face to immediately darken. However, the former seemed to have not discovered it and ignored it. He lifted his foot and walked straight towards Xiao Xian and Lian Er. I have made the two of you worry for the past few days. Xiao Yan gave Xiao Xian a relaxed smile after arriving in front of him. The calmness in his smile caused the last thread of worry in Xiao Xian's heart to disappear. Lian Er by the side also pursed her red lips. A lovely smile surfaced on her exquisite pretty face. Soon after, she frowned and acted evil. She stared at Zhao Jin in the distance and spoke with a vicious face. That Zhao Jin is really rude. I have to teach him a lesson later. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gently nodded his head and smiled at the young lady. Don't worry, I definitely will. Be careful. That fellow even invited Xiao Dingtian over. It can be seen that he must have come prepared. I'm afraid that he intends to fight it out with you. Once he grasps the opportunity, we will have no choice but to leave the Xiao clan. Xiao Xian used his eyes to indicate Xiao Yan to the crowd in the distance. Xiao Dingtian was standing there. When the latter discovered that the grandfather and grandson's gazes had shot over, he also narrowed his eyes and stared at the two of them. So he is Xiao Dingtian, the leader of the three inner pavilions. He is also the person with the highest voice against us staying in the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan stared intently at the elderly figure as an icy glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. At the end of the day, wasn't all the trouble they had encountered recently because of him? Third elder, since this matter has come to a conclusion, can we convict this fellow? Colluding with an outsider is a crime of betrayal. According to the rules of the clan, we should destroy his cultivation and chase him out of the clan. At this moment, Zhao Jingran's voice once again sounded. Only then did Xiao Yan unhurriedly turn his gaze to the latter. He eyed Zhao Jingran's appearance of a vile person intoxicated with success. A layer of icy cold killing intent gradually surfaced in Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. He originally didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Jin. However, Zhao Jin had repeatedly targeted them in an overbearing manner. He was simply going too far. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but frown when he heard this. His face was a little ugly. Zhao Jin's actions were to use his mouth to convict Xiao Yan of the crime. Such actions could be said to be heart-wrenching. It was a pity that although this method was ruthless, Xiao Mingyuan couldn't do it. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Xiao Yan, he could tell that Xiao Yan was unwilling to be under others. He could believe that Xiao Yan had a desire in his heart. However, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to have a disloyal heart and forsake his loyalty. Not to mention anything else, even if Xiao Yan was sincerely willing to return to the clan, Xiao Yan would never do such a disdainful thing. However, the most important thing now wasn't how he viewed Xiao Yan. Instead, it was the increasing number of Xiao clan members that had gathered around. These people had already believed Xiao Yan's actions after Zhao Jin's words. As long as they didn't shut their mouths, even the clan leader wouldn't be able to solve the problem. To think that the clan leader gave this Brett the treatment of a prince when he just entered the clan. I didn't expect him to be a lackey of the Ouyang clan. No wonder he made a breakthrough in his cultivation so quickly. It seems like he got a lot of benefits from the Ouyang clan this time around. What's the point of keeping this kind of scum alive? It's better to just cripple his cultivation and chase him out. Let him fend for himself. It's better to just kill him so that he won't ruin the reputation of the Shao clan after he leaves. Sure enough, as the number of people gathered around increased, the discussion in the stadium gradually became noisy. Various soft curses were continuously emitted. Some of the people, who were still holding envious gazes towards Xiao Yan's breakthrough a moment ago, now had faces filled with disdain as they ridiculed him. At the same time, the cold smile that was filled with ridicule on Zhao Jin's face also became denser. Many times, the pressure one faced was naturally different due to one's position. This was especially so in a super force that was formed by clans. Even if one was innocent, one was destined to be deeply immersed in the heated discussion until one went crazy. As the saying goes, gossip is a fearful thing. However, even so, Xiao Yan's face was still calm when he was faced with the hostile gazes of tens of thousands of people. He had experienced too many things like this and he no longer took it to heart. Moreover, the so-called same origin was extremely laughable in his opinion. Although the Shao clan before him was powerful, it could not even be compared to the Shao clan in Wutan City in a certain aspect. Xiao Yan slowly lifted his gaze and swept across the surrounding crowd that was filled with various gazes. His cold gaze caused those people to shrink back in fear when they came into contact with his gaze. When Xiao Yan saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. His gaze then landed on Zhao Jin. The two of them looked at each other from a distance and narrowed their eyes. After a long while, they laughed out loud in unison. In front of the crowd in the distance, Xiao Dingtian looked at Xiao Yan's face that didn't have any warmth. A faint chill rose in his heart. This young man seemed to be different from the rest. Ha ha ha, Elder Xiao Dingtian, this junior has a matter to ask. Is it possible? While Xiao Yan and Zhao Jin were laughing, the former suddenly opened his mouth and even directly called out Xiao Dingtian's name. This caused many people to be shocked. What kind of status did Xiao Dingtian have in the Shao clan? Usually, even the clan leader had to politely greet him. However, this Xiao Yan in front of them, speak. What is it? Xiao Dingtian narrowed his old eyes. He was used to being respected by others. At this moment, even he was a little surprised by Xiao Yan's sudden action. Although he was also dissatisfied, he was more curious about Xiao Yan's strange words. Xiao Yan looked at Zhao Jin. The ridicule that was emitted from his eyes suddenly caused Zhao Jin's heart to leap abruptly. The smile on his face was immediately withdrawn. If this junior remembers correctly, there seems to be a rule in the Shao clan. Unless there is a war, no one in the Shao clan is allowed to attack the two great clans and their subordinate factions without permission. Those who violate this rule will be punished severely. Am I right? When his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's gaze also landed on Zhao Jin. When the two of them looked at each other, Zhao Jin's face turned ashen. His heart was incomparably shocked. Chapter 1433. On the stage, Zhao Jin's face turned ashen when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He stared wide-eyed at Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was not a fool. Since the former was able to utter such words, it was obvious that he knew something. Zhao Jin's and Xiao Yan's hearts were incomparably clear about this matter. Outside the arena, Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but frown when he saw the extremely ugly expression on Zhao Jin's face. He pondered for a long time and seemed to have vaguely understood something. However, he didn't say anything in the end. On the other hand, some of the surrounding Shao clan members recalled this clan rule after some recollections in their minds. Suspicious gazes were shot over one after another. That's right. There is indeed such a rule in the Shao clan's rules. Its purpose is to prevent other factions from manipulating the three great clans and deliberately provoking a fight between the three great clans. Xiao Mingyuan slowly stepped forward and spoke in a calm voice under everyone's respectful gazes. Although his voice wasn't loud, it reverberated across the sky under the influence of Genesis Qi and rang in the ears of every Shao clan member present. What are you trying to say? Xiao Dingtian frowned. His old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he asked in a deep voice. Xiao Yan wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he sneered and glanced at Zhao Jin. When he saw the latter's uneasy expression, he couldn't help but snort. A month ago, when I was passing through the Ouyang clan's territory, I encountered a battle. The two sides were the subordinates of Liang City's Zhao clan and Ouyang clan. Uproar. Every Xiao clan member's gaze immediately gathered on Zhao Jin. The Xiao clan's rules clearly stated that they couldn't lightly offend the other two great clans. The Zhao clan's action was openly flouting the clan's rules and was suspected of challenging their authority. How dare you! Zhao Jin, over the years, the entire Xiao clan has tolerated you acting on your own and violating the clan's rules for a long time. From the time your Zhao clan took over Liang City, took charge of the Spirit Stone Mine, and became a nominal elder, the clan has withstood all the pressure for you and never pursued your mistakes. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you actually did such a rebellious thing and attempted to provoke a war between the Xiao clan and the Ouyang clan. This is truly intolerable. Xiao Mingyuan suddenly blurted out as his curses resounded throughout the entire place. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time towards Zhao Jin had instantly erupted. His imposing and domineering aura caused even Xiao Dingtian to have to retreat, let alone those ordinary members of the Xiao clan whose status was far inferior to the former. At this moment, Lian was probably the only person in the arena who could still laugh complacently after hearing the curses. Standing beside Xiao Mingyuan, even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he was surprised by the former's sudden rage. Zhao Jin's expression was ugly as he hesitated for a long time. Then, he rolled his eyes and hastily swept his gaze across everyone present. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Mingyuan as he explained in a soft voice. Third Elder, everyone. I have indeed done many overboard things in the past, but I have already repented and realized my mistakes. Can't everyone see that Xiao Yan obviously has nothing to say and has already begun to frame us? Although my Zhao family's people are usually a little arrogant outside, but it's not to the extent of challenging the Ouyang family's power. In my opinion, this is clearly a plot by him and the Ouyang family to frame my Zhao family. After speaking, Zhao Jin looked at Xiao Dingtian with an aggrieved expression. At this moment, the only person who would speak up for him was probably Xiao Dingtian. It's hard for a petty person to achieve great things. Seeing Zhao Jin's weak gaze, Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Then, he impatiently turned his gaze to Xiao Mingyuan and slowly said. Forget it. Both of you insist on your own words. These words can't be considered true or false. Let's just forget about it. Let's each take a step back and return. After speaking, Xiao Dingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He originally wanted to order Xiao Yan to leave the clan, but things had already reached this stage and it was difficult to find a result. If he continued to be entangled like this, not to mention whether he could gain any benefits, once Zhao Jin leaked the truth, it would bring him quite a bit of trouble. But, Elder, Zhao Jin was just about to open his mouth when he was blocked by a gaze from Xiao Dingtian. Immediately, he could only bitterly withdraw his gaze. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. A crafty glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly said. Patriarch Xiao, as far as I know, the Ouyang family lost a Source Venerate powerhouse in that battle. They won't let this matter rest. Bullshit. How could a mere dozen Source Kings kill a Source Venerate? Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when Zhao Jin, who was still staring at Xiao Dingtian's back, subconsciously reprimanded him. However, just as the words from his mouth were about to sound, his eyes suddenly shrank. The expression on his face also gradually solidified. In front of the crowd not far away, Xiao Dingtian, who had just taken a few steps, had an extremely ugly expression on his old face. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he exchanged glances with Xiao Xian and smiled. Soon after, he looked at Zhao Jin with a mocking expression and sneered. Patriarch Xiao, when did I say that those people were Kings Yuan? As his laughter faded, everyone in the Xiao clan suddenly understood. If it wasn't him, how could Zhao Jin know that those people were King's Yuan? If he didn't personally dispatch them, how could he know that there were only a dozen of them? At this very moment, the emotions in Zhao Jin's heart were extremely complicated. His old face was ashen, and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. How could he have imagined that the trip that was supposed to go smoothly would end up being a complete loss? At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside Xiao Yan, also swept a cold gaze at Zhao Jin. His expression was grim as he lifted his foot and walked towards the ladder. Xiao clan's rules. Anyone who violates them will be severely punished. Zhao family knowingly broke the rules and didn't change. They should be punished. As the shout rang out, the surrounding Xiao clan's disciples immediately looked at each other. After a few breaths, they followed suit and shouted loudly. They should be punished. They should be punished. They should be punished. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Yan's expression returned to indifference and his heart was even more unperturbed. In a short period of time, the emotions of everyone present had changed again and again. It was simply like weeds on the wall. The so-called super clans of the continent were ultimately nothing more than this. At this moment, Zhao Jin, who had already become the target of public criticism, could only place his final hope on Xiao Dingtian. The latter was his last life-saving straw. If even Xiao Dingtian was merciless towards him, then his Zhao family would probably have to completely sever ties with the Xiao clan today. Chapter 1434. Enough. Xiao Mingyuan, this person is under this old man's command. Since this matter happened to him, even if there is a punishment, it should be dealt with by this old man personally. Just as Xiao Mingyuan was approaching Zhao Jin step by step, Xiao Dingtian's impatient voice finally sounded once again. His low and deep voice caused the loud shouts of everyone present to swiftly weaken until they were completely silent. At this moment, Zhao Jin suddenly let out a sigh of relief when he heard the former's voice. His ash-white face finally recovered some redness. Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was fixed on Zhao Jin's body. When he saw the latter's expression as though he had just survived a calamity, he let out a cold laugh and refused to give up. To tell you the truth, I don't really believe your words. If I hand him over to you now, you might release him in the next moment. The clan's rules will still be treated as nothing. What punishment is there to talk about? What fairness? This is the Xiao clan. As the Xiao clan's leader, this old man has authority over internal and external affairs. How can I think about ignoring the clan's rules? If you don't believe this old man, you can settle this matter here. Xiao Dingtian's old face sunk. Although the former was a clan elder, he wasn't afraid. If it wasn't for the fact that he was unreasonable in this matter, he wouldn't have to put in so much effort. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the latter. His eyes rolled as thoughts flashed through his mind. He swept his gaze across everyone present and said coldly, "Fine. Let's come to a conclusion that everyone is satisfied with so as to avoid unnecessary trouble." Once these words were spoken, Xiao Dingtian secretly let out a sigh of relief. A glint flashed deep within his old eyes. He raised his gaze slightly and glanced at Xiao Yan without leaving a trace. Soon after, he slowly said, "Humph." In the end, although Zhao Jin privately ordered his clansmen to invade the Ouyang clan and violate the clan's rules, which can be said to be a crime punishable by death, in this old man's opinion, the contributions that the Zhao clan has made for the clan all these years are obvious to all. Although their contributions can't make up for their mistakes, they don't deserve death. Since this is the case, this old man will remove his status as a clan elder and remove the Zhao clan's authority in Liang City. Are you satisfied with this? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jin's face immediately turned ashen. The former's actions could be considered as stripping away all of the Zhao clan's sources of income. Although it was not fatal, in the central region where there were many forces, this was enough to cause the Zhao clan's overall strength to drop by a few levels. Such a move could not be any less ruthless. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but feel astonished because of this. Such a decisive decision was probably not as simple and easy as it appeared on the surface. Sure enough, Xiao Dingtian continued to speak, and his words successfully caused the expressions of Xiao Mingyuan, Xiao Yan, and the others to change. Although the Zhao clan is at fault for today's matter, Xiao Yan privately met with the Ouyang clan's young master, and this is undoubtedly a fact. According to the clan's rules, there's bound to be a heavy punishment, but Xiao Dingtian's gaze swept the surroundings, and the words he spoke couldn't help but cause the expressions of Xiao Xian and the others to tighten slightly. Subsequently, their gazes descended onto Xiao Yan. Their gazes met, and the former continued. In the end, his identity is merely an outsider. With this point, there won't be any additional punishment. But the matter of him officially entering the clan will have to be pushed back. You don't have to participate in the clan gathering half a year from now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xian's gaze instantly looked towards Xiao Dingtian. Even the third elder, Xiao Mingyuan, similarly stared at the former with an expression of displeasure. His expression was rather unsightly as he spoke with a serious voice. You're simply not distinguishing between public and private matters. The so-called meeting with the Ouyang clan's young master is simply nonsense. It was merely a coincidence, how could it be true? Third elder, you're wrong. If Xiao Yan's matter was purely coincidental, then was the matter of the Zhao clan and the Ouyang clan's fight also coincidental? Third elder is so biased. If this old man were to hand him over to you, I'm afraid it would be unfair. Xiao Dingtian snorted righteously, causing Xiao Mingyuan to be instantly furious and speechless. The surrounding Xiao clan's members also began to quietly discuss this matter. On the other hand, Zhao Jin's face actually revealed an expression of schadenfreude. Unknowingly, this matter had already formed an advantageous situation under Xiao Dingtian's intentional guidance. If he were to receive a heavy punishment, Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to escape. But if Xiao Mingyuan wanted to exonerate the latter, then the punishment that Zhao Jin would receive would definitely be reduced. With this thought, the expression on Xiao Mingyuan's face couldn't help but become even more unsightly. He stared fixedly at Zhao Jin with eyes filled with rage. At this moment, how could he not know Xiao Dingtian's objective? Once he spoke up for Xiao Yan, the latter would definitely take the opportunity to reduce Zhao Jin's crime. The two of them could be said to be born with honor and disgrace. If one were to suffer, the other would suffer. As such, although Zhao Jin couldn't avoid some suffering in the end, it wouldn't be painful or itchy. However, Xiao Yan wasn't fated with the clan gathering, and the relationship between the two could be said to be huge. According to Elder's opinion, there's nothing wrong with such a conclusion. However, Junior and Ouyang Miao got to know each other in Beihai College. Speaking of which, we can be considered as classmates. If even this level of relationship is to be judged as a crime, then wouldn't everyone in the Xiao clan who is familiar with the Ouyang clan, as well as the various elders, including you, be implicated and be punished? However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth slowly with a smile. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Many people even looked at each other with some hesitation in their hearts. Even Xiao Dingtian opened his mouth for a moment and was a little speechless. After a long while, he coldly snorted and said, "Humph," twisting words and forcing logic. What a sharp-tongued brat. Ever since the elder mentioned this matter to the younger generation, Xiao Yan did not refute even a single word. Even the specific circumstances of the meeting between the younger generation and Ouyang Miao were described by the head of the Zhao clan alone. Without even the slightest inquiry, he insisted that Xiao Yan was related to the Ouyang clan and ordered the younger generation not to participate in the clan gathering. The younger generation thinks that this is a punishment, or is elder purposefully doing so? Xiao Yan said with an indifferent face. You dare. You're just an outsider. What right do you have to speak to me like this? Xiao Dingtian was so angry that his face trembled violently. His mouth was hoarse as he angrily shouted. Immediately after, he was so angry that he laughed and said sternly, Good. Since you want to participate in the clan gathering, I will give you this opportunity. Tomorrow, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, who are out training, will return to the clan. If you can defeat them, I won't mention anything about the clan gathering. If you can't, you will leave the Shao clan. All right. Xiao Mingyuan's face changed slightly when he heard that. But before he could explain to Xiao Yan in detail, the latter had already blurted out and agreed to the former's agreement. I hope Elder will be a man of few words. Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled at Xiao Dingtian. Let's talk about it after you defeat them. Hearing that, Xiao Dingtian snorted coldly and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He turned around and was about to leave when Xiao Dingtian suddenly spoke again and ridiculed, Elder, if you leave, what will happen to clan head Zhao? Do as you see fit. Xiao Dingtian waved his big sleeve and turned around to leave. On the spot, Zhao Jin's face finally revealed a trace of fear. P.S. Just opened a public account. Weekly chapters. Those who are interested can follow it. Chapter 1435. It was almost dusk. Xiao Yan and the others were led into the main hall by an elder in a courtyard of the Shao clan. This is the main hall. This courtyard was built according to the residents of the heir. The size and location are not bad. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time. The elder led them into the main hall and smiled. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Tang. Xiao Yan smiled and cupped his hands towards the elder. The person in front of him was Xiao Qingtang, who had sent by Hua and Lian into the Shao clan. This courtyard was originally your residence. I only brought you here. It is nothing. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Xiao Qingtang nodded and smiled. He cupped his hands towards the group and turned to leave. Xiao Yan's group only exchanged glances with each other after seeing Xiao Yan leave. They entered the empty hall. After taking their seats, Xiao Xian went straight to the main topic. You must be careful in tomorrow's battle. It has been a long time since we last met. The cultivation of those two children has probably improved by quite a bit. They cannot be underestimated. Oh. Xiao Yan raised his brows slightly and asked in surprise. You know Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin? Xiao Xian nodded slightly and said, they are the grandsons of Xiao Gan and Xiao Dingtian. I met them a few times when I first entered the Shao clan. They stepped into the Genesis sect at such a young age. Their cultivation and talent are not bad. They have been training outside for the past 2 years. I did not expect them to return to the clan at this time. Xiao Xian could not help but reveal a look of admiration when he recalled the two of them. When I first met them, their cultivation was at the 2-star Genesis sect level. Now that a few years have passed, they have probably reached the 4-star Genesis sect level. It will be quite difficult for you to meet them with your current cultivation. 4-star Genesis sect level, With my current strength, it will not be difficult to defeat them if only one of them reaches the 4-star Genesis sect level. Xiao Yan gently nodded when he heard this. He gently clenched his hand and sensed the vaguely present strength in his palm. After which, he thought for a moment before slowly replying. All right. As long as you're confident. Xiao Xian smiled and then stood up. He glanced at Lian, who was lying on a chair with a drowsy expression. His eyes involuntarily revealed a doting expression as he said, Don't worry, Lian, All right, you must be tired these days. Have a good rest tonight. Don't be careless in tomorrow's battle. Xiao Xian slowly carried the sleeping girl after saying these words. He walked toward the room at the back of the hall. Xiao Yan watched Xiao Xian's back as he slowly walked away. He involuntarily came to a sudden understanding. If the Xiao Xian that he usually saw was a wise elder, the current Xiao Xian appeared like a father. This was especially the case when he looked at Lian each time. His eyes were filled with an incomparable gentleness. After randomly finding a bedroom, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to sleep after entering. Even though he was quite tired from the constant churning of his emotions these past few days, at this moment, he still chose to sit cross-legged and cultivate. His cultivation, which had just broken through, had yet to completely consolidate. It could be said that whether it was circulating or erupting, it would not achieve the desired effect. It would naturally be best if he could refine it as soon as possible. Night fell. On the bed, Xiao Yan was still immersed in cultivation. As time passed, the Genesis Qi in his body had already reached its peak. However, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to withdraw from his cultivation. Instead, he persisted in absorbing the Genesis Qi in his body. When the Genesis Qi in his body reached its peak, he would refine it and completely consolidate his cultivation. At a certain moment, when the natural energy lingering all over Xiao Yan's body began to scatter uncontrollably, Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. He opened his mouth and a suction force immediately surged out. At the same time, a fierce fire began to wildly refine the pure Genesis Qi within the Qi paths in his body, refining and absorbing the energy that had already been refined to the purest state. Only when all the energy contained an absolute explosive force did the entire training process finally come to an end. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His tense body finally relaxed at this moment. Immediately, a sore and numb feeling involuntarily surfaced in his heart. His body immediately fell back onto the soft bed, and the thoughts in his mind could not help but become drowsy. The high degree of concentration over the past few days had indeed exhausted him. It was only now that he could finally relax and rest. However, just as the drowsiness enveloped his heart, Xiao Yan, whose eyelids had just closed, suddenly stood up from the bed. He fiercely shook his head, dispelling the turbid tiredness. Only then did he take out a jade box from his storage ring with a slightly dazed expression. He opened it, revealing a pill that was distinctly black and white. This pill was naturally formed from Bai Hua and the creation pill that had been collected by the pill transformation ring. However, it seemed that the final outcome of the pill was still difficult to predict. The black and white colors on the medicinal pill were still distinct. However, under Xiao Yan's careful observation, he realized that the portion that was originally occupied by the white color was gradually being eroded by the black color. This also meant that Bai Hua's body and consciousness were being swallowed by the mutated, creation pill. This wasn't a good result. Upon sensing this, Xiao Yan's heart abruptly sank, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind immediately cleared. His brows were tightly furrowed as he observed the pill in his hand, while his other hand involuntarily clenched tightly. The next day, in the large hall, when Xiao Yan arrived, he saw third elder Xiao Mingyuan anxiously waiting for him. When he saw Xiao Yan appear, a worried expression immediately appeared on his old face. "You brat, this old man really doesn't know whether to call you courageous or foolish." Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin advanced to the Source Ancestor stage a few years ago, and when they left the clan to train outside, their cultivations had already reached the 2-star Source Ancestor stage, which is not much different from you before yesterday. After not seeing each other for a few years, their cultivations must be even stronger than before. If you were to really fight with the two of them today, wouldn't you be playing right into their hands? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly startled at first, but soon after, he gently smiled. He received the tea that Lian had brought over and took a sip. He turned around and sat on a chair to the side, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I already know. I already know all of this." Moreover, Xiao Dingtian had already said so much yesterday. If I don't accept it, I'm afraid he will use even more excuses. In any case, the outcome will be the same. Why should I beat around the bush and waste my breath on him? You brat, if you didn't accept, this old man could still deal with him a little. Now that you've said it, there's no room for negotiation. Xiao Mingyuan hatefully said. There's no need to negotiate. He's here. Xiao Yan smiled and turned his gaze towards the front door of the courtyard outside the hall. At this moment, a youth was standing there. It was none other than Xiao Feng without a doubt. Chapter 1436. Xiao Feng slowly walked into the hall, and everyone's gazes landed on him. Lian looked at him with some lingering fear. When she saw Xiao Xian walk in, she quickly hid behind Xiao Xian. I didn't expect you to call me. Xiao Yan slowly stood up. He looked at Xiao Feng in front of him and spoke with a smile. Xiao Mingyuan was also stunned by the former's appearance. He was a little surprised. Even Xiao Dingtian had no authority to order the prince to do anything, but the outcome was actually like this. I'm here on my own behalf, and it has nothing to do with Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Feng slowly shook his head and continued, I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Do you really intend to accept the challenge without any other preparations? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and could not help but smile. He immediately teased. He then teased, are you concerned about your opponent? I just feel that it's not worth it. You should know the strength of Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. Even if you can defeat one of them, it will be enough for you to use all your strength. From the moment you agreed to this battle, you were already destined to lose. Xiao Feng stared at Xiao Yan and said in a deep tone. Even Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but frown as he looked at the latter. Although these words weren't pleasant to the ears, it was the truth. Regardless of how one looked at it, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly lose if he were to face two even stronger experts from the source sect by himself. The price of this battle was something that they were clearly aware of in their hearts. This was also the reason why Xiao Mingyuan wished to prevent Xiao Yan from participating in this battle. It's a great taboo to be afraid before the battle. Hearing this, Xiao Yan merely smiled and replied with a sentence. Following which, he once again spoke. Xiao Yan appreciates the prince's intentions, but a man must do what he says. This battle concerns the survival of me and my grandson in the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan has no way out. The Xiao clan is huge, and you have the patriarch and first elder behind you. If you are in trouble, they will definitely help you. How can you say that you have no way out? Xiao Feng frowned. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. A ferocious anger surfaced on his calm face as he suddenly roared. If that's the case, why didn't they stop Bai Hua when she was in danger? That night, there were so many pairs of eyes watching with their own eyes. Why didn't they help? Tell me. Xiao Feng's words instantly ignited the fury that Xiao Yan had been suppressing for the past few days. His eyes instantly turned scarlet as he stared at Xiao Mingyuan. Where was the third elder of the Xiao clan at that time? Xiao Yan. At that time, I went out to handle some matters and only returned to the clan at 10 in the morning. When I found out about that matter, an ashamed expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Mingyuan's old face when he was stared at by Xiao Yan in this manner. He knew that Xiao Yan had an extremely good relationship with the people beside him and understood the position they held in Xiao Yan's heart. However, even he was quite helpless with regards to that matter. It wasn't that the patriarch didn't want to interfere in that matter, but once he did, the three elders would definitely use this as an excuse to make things difficult for Xiao Yan. At that time, even if they could save Bai Hua, the matter would be completely blown up. They might not be able to continue staying in the Xiao clan. It was also because of this that the patriarch and the three elders kept each other in check and didn't interfere. But now, Xiao Mingyuan also understood that it was too late for him to say anything. Sigh, Xiao Mingyuan sighed helplessly. He also regretted that he didn't hurry back to the clan as soon as possible, which led to the irreversible situation. After a long while, Xiao Yan gradually woke up from his anger. He looked at Xiao Xian and saw the latter nodding his head. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and said with some exhaustion. The two of you, please return. Once he said those words, he ignored the two of them, turned around and returned to his room. Last night, Xiao Yan did not sleep at all because of the medicinal pill. Now that he had vented, he finally felt a tiredness that could not be stopped from climbing into his mind. At this moment, Xiao Yan only wanted to have a good sleep. In the hall, Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Feng looked at each other and saw a helpless expression in each other's eyes. Since the matter had already been decided, it was no longer something they could change. Moreover, the matter yesterday was seen and heard by more than half of the Xiao clan. Even if the patriarch stepped in, he wouldn't be able to easily change it. It was likely that they could only pray that Xiao Yan wouldn't be defeated by the two of them. However, just as the two of them walked out of the hall and arrived at the courtyard outside, another familiar figure appeared outside the door. Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Feng raised their eyes and looked over. This person was actually Xiao Tian. You can't be here to persuade him to give up, right? Xiao Feng said slowly as he looked at Xiao Tian in front of him. The crown prince had always been independent in the clan. Although there were many elders supporting him, he didn't have a good relationship with most of the clan's disciples. The person in front of him was one of them. So, you have already persuaded Xiao Yan? Hearing this, a surprised expression appeared on Xiao Tian's face. With the subtle relationship between Xiao Yan and the former, he actually took the initiative to persuade Xiao Yan to give up. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. He won't give up. Even if the patriarch steps in today to persuade him, he won't waver in the slightest. Unfortunately, I'm not here to persuade him to give up. I'm here to ask him to accept the challenge. The moment Xiao Feng finished speaking, Xiao Tian sneered and bowed to Xiao Mingyuan. After which, he walked past the two of them and went straight to the main hall. At the same time, an invitation letter appeared in his hand. Xiao Yan, the great deacon has ordered me to invite you to accept the challenge. Striding into the hall, Xiao Tian casually waved his hand and threw the invitation letter in his hand towards Xiao Yan, who had his back facing him. Just as the invitation letter was about to hit Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Tian leisurely raised his hand and caught it. At the same time, he turned around to face Xiao Yan. What is this? Looking at the invitation letter in his hand that was sealed, Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Tian and asked indifferently. At the same time, the two people who had yet to leave followed closely behind and entered the hall. Their gazes simultaneously fell on the invitation letter in Xiao Yan's hand. Since this challenge is based on where you will go, then naturally, it has to be more formal. Open the invitation letter and imprint your spiritual imprint. After this, the invitation letter will be publicized in the clan. No. Almost at the same time, when Xiao Mingyuan's and Xiao Feng's exclamations were emitted, the spiritual strength between Xiao Yan's brows had already invaded the ironing post. The instant the ironing post was opened, a flame symbol was imprinted on it. Buzz. On the other side, in a huge fighting arena within the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan's name slowly appeared on a stone tablet. Above it were two other names, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. Chapter 1437. The Xiao clan's battle arena was the largest battle arena in the Xiao clan. The area was extremely wide and it was about 1,000 feet wide. The entire arena was made up of a hump that had been cut horizontally. It had once hosted countless battles within the clan. Even the clan gathering would be held here. For many years, the stone platform had been eroded by time and the impact of battles. However, there weren't many traces left on it. Usually, there would be many disciples of the Xiao clan sparring and training here. Today's battle arena had undoubtedly welcomed the most exciting moment in the past 2 years. This was because the ones who were going to fight on the stage were the most powerful younger generation in the Xiao clan and Xiao Yan, whose name had spread throughout the Xiao clan within a short month. Most importantly, this battle wasn't just a battle between the most powerful generation. Even the entire event was related to the fate of Xiao Yan and his ancestor, Xiao Xian. It could be said to be a matter of survival. Around the fighting arena, there were rows of seats that were connected to the stone platform itself. At this moment, the seats that few people usually stepped on were filled with a black mass of heads. There were even many people who rushed over from outside the arena, pouring in continuously like a tide. This time around, the exchange between Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei had indeed attracted the attention of quite a number of members of the Xiao clan. This was especially the case for the younger generation of the Xiao clan. They were even more curious. Compared to the peak experts among the younger generation of the Xiao clan, just what kind of strength did this clan member, who had returned from the outside world, possess? Even though they had heard many things about Xiao Yan before this, curiosity and suspicion were human instincts. Everything couldn't be considered true before they witnessed it with their own eyes. Today, it was the best opportunity to verify all the rumors. At the top of the seats on both sides of the martial arts arena, there were some seats that were clearly more luxurious. At this moment, a portion of the clan's elders who held authority were seated on these seats. These people were basically invited by Xiao Dingtian. From their current positions, they were able to look down from a high vantage point, allowing them to see every single part of the arena. At this very moment, two handsome young men were standing in the middle of the fighting arena. If one were to carefully look at them, there was indeed less of the arrogance that belonged to a young man between the brows of these two people. Instead, there was a weather-beaten calmness and introspection. The few years of training outside allowed the two of them to have an even broader understanding of this continent. Not only had their strength increased, even their intelligence and physiques were greatly different from those of the same age. Looking at the eager faces of their peers in the surrounding viewing platform, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. After which, they helplessly shrugged their shoulders and didn't say anything. At the top of the stone platform, Xiao Dingtian looked at the noisy crowd below and the stone platform that was still empty. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Looking at the situation on the stone tablet, it was obvious that Xiao Yan had left a spiritual imprint on the iron tablet. However, it had been a long time. Why hadn't the latter appeared? What is going on? Looking at the color of the sky, it is clearly close to noon. It has been 4 to 6 hours since the beginning of the morning. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Xiao Dingtian muttered softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, someone beside him immediately stepped forward to welcome him. Immediately go to Xiao Yan's residence to check. It has been so long. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Tell him that if he doesn't appear within an hour, this old man will treat it as him admitting defeat and bear the consequences. Xiao Dingtian ordered in a low voice. Just as the guard beside him was about to leave, everyone's gazes suddenly turned towards the entrance of the battle arena in the next moment. A few figures had unknowingly appeared there. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly Xiao Yan and the rest. At this moment, the third elder Xiao Mingyuan, Crown Prince Xiao Feng, Xiao Tian and the rest were beside the latter. Wow! When the main character appeared, the entire battle arena was in an uproar. Numerous gazes fell on Xiao Yan. As the main character of today's battle arena, Xiao Yan had made everyone wait for a long time. At this moment, the earth-shattering collision that everyone had been anticipating was finally about to arrive. At the center of the battle arena, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin's gazes had also landed on Xiao Yan, who had arrived late. As expected of a 3-star source ancestor. He only broke through yesterday. With such a cultivation, isn't it a little too much for the two of us to suppress him? Sensing Xiao Yan's cultivation, the two brothers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Xiao Zhuobin even sneered and teased the person beside him. This is more or less an order from your biological grandfather. Aren't you afraid that the old man will be disappointed by your words? Hearing this, Xiao Lei curled his lips and rolled his eyes at the latter. Aren't you afraid? If it wasn't for the fact that we didn't want to be restricted by their pedantic rules, why would the two of us apply to leave the clan to train before even going through the clan sacrifice? After these words were spoken, the two of them immediately fell silent. They looked at Xiao Yan, who was slowly walking over as if there was no one around him, and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, another pitiful person restrained by pedantry. That's right. Although you and I have been ordered to return by the clan, Big Brother and the rest seem to still be outside. Xiao Lei looked at Xiao Yan, and his eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of something. That's right. It's said that his cultivation is about to break through, and he won't be back for a while. Speaking of which, second sister is still looking for medicinal ingredients for his breakthrough. I met her once a month ago. TSK, not only has his cultivation risen, even his alchemy skills have neared rank 7. Xiao Zhuobin frowned and slowly sighed. Oh. Rank 7? How terrifying. Even with third elder's alchemy skills, he is at most rank 8. This disciple of his seems to be even more astonishing than him. I have heard earlier that this little brother Xiao Yan of ours seems to be an alchemist of quite a high tier. I wonder just what kind of explosive scene it would be if he were to meet second sister. Xiao Lei's words had just faded when Xiao Zhuobin, who was staring at Xiao Yan, let out a burst of laughter. This caused Xiao Lei's eyebrows to twitch again, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. If Xiao Yan's mere cultivation of a 3-star source ancestor was not enough to surprise him, Then if he added his identity as an alchemist, his talent was truly terrifying. A solemn expression gradually surfaced on Xiao Lei's face as he looked at the skinny figure that was walking over. An outsider was actually able to raise his cultivation and alchemy skills to such an extent. From this, one could see just how strong he was. Compared to these flowers that were being nurtured in a greenhouse within the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan's strength was absolute. Chapter 1438. On the arena, Xiao Yan slowly walked to the center of the arena. When he felt the two gazes that were directed at him, he shook his head gently to get rid of the tiredness in his mind. He then cupped his fist towards the two and said, Xiao Yan. Xiao Lei. Xiao Zhuobin. Xiao Lei, who was wearing a purple robe, took a step forward and cupped his fist in response. Xiao Zhuobin, who was wearing a green robe, raised his chin and followed with a smile. On the elder seats, Xiao Dingtian slowly stood up from his seat when he saw that Xiao Yan had finally entered the arena. At the same time, the remaining clan elders on both sides also followed suit and stood up. Their gazes immediately landed on Xiao Yan's three-man group below. This was especially the case when they looked at Xiao Lei and Xiao Yan. Admiration that could not be hidden surged out from their turbid old eyes. Everyone present was naturally familiar with Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. The two of them were the grandsons of Xiao Gan and Xiao Dingtian, respectively. They also had quite a bit of prestige in the Xiao clan. Especially after returning from their training, their cultivation had increased by quite a bit. After this, the clan would definitely entrust them with important tasks. Their futures could be said to be bright. Forget about Xiao Yan's status within the Xiao clan in the future. Whether he would be able to stay in the clan was another matter altogether. Xiao Yan, since you have left your soul imprint on the broad boundary tablet today, no one can change the result of this battle. If you can win against Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, you can participate in the clan gathering. Otherwise, if I lose, I will leave on my own and never come back. Before Xiao Dingtian's voice from the elder's seat sounded, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded and interrupted him. At this moment, Xiao Yan had also slowly turned his head. His gaze stared at the old man seated at the top of the seats. The expression in his eyes was indifferent. You have some courage. At this moment, a short and fat old man slowly walked over from beside Xiao Dingtian. His gaze similarly paused on Xiao Yan. After which, he exchanged glances with Xiao Zhuobin and smiled in return. Only then did he look at the person in front of him. It's just a battle of words. In front of absolute strength, he has no chance of winning. Xiao Dingtian stared at Xiao Yan and spoke coldly. Old fellow, you're even more stubborn than me. It's only a junior, so why do you have to lower yourself to go against him? After all, those words of yours are only guesses. Isn't it a bit too heartless to chase them out of the clan before it's verified? Xiao Gan looked down at Xiao Yan and said in an indifferent voice. It's this old man's fault. Didn't you also violate this kid's taboo when you took the summer grass that day? I'm afraid he won't let it go. Xiao Dingtian smiled mockingly. The latter couldn't help but curl his lips. After all, Xiao Dingtian was in charge of everything in the clan. He could even capture some of Xiao Dingtian's movements in such detail. Then, he explained, among the juniors of the clan, only Tian's cultivation is the weakest. Although it has something to do with age, it's not a solution for him to remain at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. He had no choice but to take the summer grass. Moreover, this old man has already given Xiao Xian a chance. If he really attacked, I wouldn't be able to stop him with just 30% of his strength. Don't you feel that Xiao Xian is a bit strange? Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian was slightly surprised. He quickly recalled what had happened recently, especially what had happened to Xiao Xian. He couldn't help but voice his doubts. You're talking about his cultivation? Xiao Gan raised his eyebrows. The latter immediately nodded and said, that's right. He comprehended two great Dao powers at the same time. With such powerful battle prowess, his cultivation actually stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. Even if he really has a wasted bloodline, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be because of the cultivation technique? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Gan spoke with a doubtful expression. However, he immediately shook his head, unable to come to a conclusion. The returnance art is the most profound cultivation technique in the world. However, once the 3 volumes of the cultivation technique are gathered in one's body, one's cultivation will never encounter a bottleneck before the origin saint realm. However, Xiao Xian's situation doesn't seem to be caused by cultivating the returnance art. As if he understood Xiao Gan's thoughts, Xiao Dingtian slowly shook his head and sighed softly. Then, his gaze fell again and looked at the arena. Although there were quite a lot of words between the 2 old men, on the whole, it was merely a passing thought. At this moment in the arena, Xiao Yan had once again withdrawn his gaze. After a simple courteous introduction between the 3 of them, they were finally about to welcome the fight that everyone was looking forward to. Since you've come to the Xiao clan, this is your home. You don't have to leave. Brother Xiao Yan, you don't have to worry about that old man's crazy words. Xiao Lei frowned and glanced at the 2 old men on the arena. The 2 of them shrugged their shoulders and curled their lips with a strange expression. Then, they laughed mischievously at Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel stunned. His emotions were also slightly stirred. Compared to the other members of the Xiao clan, the 2 young men in front of him gave him a feeling of kinship. At the very least, their eyes were much more direct when they looked at him. They were unlike the other members of the Xiao clan, who were filled with hesitation and hesitation. How about this? Between the 2 of us, I'm the older one. Therefore, Zhuobin will accompany you in the first battle. Otherwise, the 2 old men will make things difficult for you. Xiao Lei patted Xiao Zhuobin's shoulder and smiled at Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuobin immediately nodded. Then, he smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "That's good. That's fine as well. I was just curious as well. As an alchemist, to what extent can your combat strength reach?" Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt a little moved when he saw the sincere smiles that were revealed on the faces of the 2 of them. Only people who revealed their true feelings in this manner could be considered true blood relatives. Xiao Lei's arrangement had, to a great extent, helped Xiao Yan avoid some trouble. After all, it was still considered normal if he could defeat Xiao Lei and Xiao Yan by taking turns to fight. However, if he could even win against 2 opponents by himself, forget about those elders on the stage, it was likely that even the audience present would not be able to accept it. However, Xiao Yan only smiled at Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin's words. He slowly walked forward and cupped his hands gratefully at the 2 of them. He smiled and said, "Xiao Yan appreciates your kind intentions. However, this battle isn't just for these people to watch. I want the elders on the arena to understand that I, Xiao Yan, have the qualifications to participate in the clan meeting and also have the qualifications to stay in the Xiao clan." As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of the 2 people in front of him suddenly froze. Then, they looked at each other and could not help but reveal a hint of shame in their eyes. From their point of view, since Xiao Yan had joined the Xiao clan, it meant that they had a brotherly relationship with him. This was why they wanted to lend him a hand. However, they had forgotten that other than being from the same clan, they were also opponents in this fighting arena. Facing an opponent head-on was the greatest respect they could give him. Therefore, the 2 of you, please come at me together. Chapter 1439. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin immediately exchanged glances with each other. Without any hesitation, they nodded heavily and retreated several hundred feet. Xiao Yan turned his head and glanced at Xiao Dingtian, who was frowning as he stared at him from the viewing platform. The corner of his mouth lifted into an arc. Soon after, his hands suddenly waved in the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge black ruler landed in his hand. As the heavy ruler entered his hand, it brought about a wind filled with pressure. Pointing diagonally at the ground, a strong wind blew up the dust on the ground. Soon after, it violently shook. With a puff sound, raging flames covered the entire huge ruler in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the area also abruptly rose at this moment. "It is indeed a heavenly flame." On the viewing platform, Xiao Dingtian looked at the raging flames that covered the entire ruler, and his old eyes immediately revealed an astonished expression. Even the other elders present also had an astonished expression as they stared at the flames that were attached to the ruler's body, and their eyes revealed a blazing expression. Xiao Yan's expression gradually recovered its indifference. His hand, which was holding the huge ruler, became increasingly tighter. A moment later, his feet abruptly took a step forward. At the spot where his feet landed, the unusually hard black rock slab actually had a couple of crack lines formed. At the same time, a turbulent force and pressure also abruptly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. An indifferent cold cry spread throughout the entire place. Xiao Yan, 3-star origin sect. Please give me some pointers. Hua. The moment these words were spoken, the people present could not help but exclaim. An uproar resounded across the entire place. Countless gazes instantly gathered on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes were filled with shock. Is this fellow crazy? He wants to fight against 2 people by himself? A few years ago, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin were not much inferior to him. Now, Xiao Yan actually dares to be so arrogant and fight against 2 people by himself. He is simply overestimating himself. I'm afraid he knows he's going to lose, so he's using this as an excuse. When the group of elders heard Xiao Yan's words, they immediately broke out into a discussion. As Xiao Dingtian's aides, these people were naturally filled with disdain towards Xiao Yan's actions. On the contrary, the latter had an astonished expression as he looked at Xiao Yan. Even he didn't think that Xiao Yan would actually be so crazy. Heh, don't tell me you've given up. Or perhaps, like his ancestor, he has a life-ending trump card? Xiao Yan evaluated as if he was joking. However, when these words entered Xiao Dingtian's ears, it actually caused the latter's heart to abruptly thump. The cold smile that appeared on Xiao Dingtian's face when he looked over here surfaced in his mind. A feeling of uneasiness unconsciously surged from the bottom of his heart. He wants to stake everything on a single throw. Let's see how he will end up losing. A long while later, Xiao Dingtian coldly snorted. Subsequently, he no longer paid any attention to Xiao Yan and returned to his seat. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the arena. At this very moment, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin involuntarily nodded their heads when they felt the powerful aura and pressure from Xiao Yan's body. Without mentioning anything else, just this arrogant aura was enough to make them take him seriously. Good, come. With a loud and clear cry, the 2 of them took a step forward in unison. With a wave of their hands, the weapons in their hands were thrown out. At the same time, 2 similarly powerful auras and pressure once again swept across the entire arena. Xiao Zhuobin, 4-star Source Sect, please accept the challenge. Xiao Lei, 5-star Source Sect, please accept the challenge. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar when these words were spoken. Just Xiao Yan's cultivation alone was enough to crush the majority of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. However, they never imagined that Xiao Zhuobin and Xiao Lei's cultivations would actually be so terrifying. One was a 4-star Source Sect, while the other was a 5-star Source Sect. Both of their cultivations surpassed Xiao Yan's, and at this moment, the latter had to face both of them at the same time. There was an absolute disparity in their strength, and the outcome of this battle was naturally self-evident. At this very moment, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank when he felt the even more astonishing aura and pressure from Xiao Lei's body. The current situation was naturally the one he was most unwilling to see. It would be fine if the other party had 2 4-star Source Sect members, but if there was an additional 5-star Source Sect member, then the entire situation would become difficult to control. Although there was only a sliver of difference between the 2 parties, in a true battle, this gap was akin to the gap between heaven and earth. What's more, Xiao Yan's cultivation had only recently advanced to the 3-star Source Sect level. As the auras within the bodies of the 3 people continued to rise, the atmosphere on the enormous stone stage instantly became tense. The surrounding uproar gradually became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 of them, waiting for the moment when they would erupt. Ha! At the center of the arena, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Soon after, his eyes abruptly opened, raging flames flashing in his pitch-black pupils as Genesis Chi abruptly surged out from his body. At the same time, he released a low roar as his feet slammed into the ground. His body instantly tore through the air as he charged towards his two opponents. Clang! There weren't too many fancy moves. The collision between the two sides was the most explosive way possible. The giant ruler wrapped in flames viciously collided with the purple spear wreathed in lightning. A loud buzzing sound rang out, causing the invisible space to ripple for a split second. What a heavy blow! Feeling the shocking force coming down from the huge ruler, Xiao Lei's expression could not help but change slightly. After which, he abruptly stepped back. Following which, he waved his long spear. Under the cover of the lightning, it fiercely pierced toward all parts of Xiao Yan's body. Ding, 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 the tip of the spear was sharp and its attack was swift and fierce. However, in comparison, the large ruler in Xiao Yan's hand did not fall behind. The tip of the ruler rotated and one after another, blocking all of the spear images. At the same time, the firm and fierce strength of the ruler also caused Xiao Lei to feel an intense pain in the web between his thumb and index finger. After more than 100 collisions, the two of them became more and more intense. Their body movements were so fast that some of the Xiao clan's disciples on the spectator stand could no longer see their figures clearly. The rest of the people stared at them with burning eyes, unwilling to let go of even a single moment. They even exclaimed from time to time. It was also at this moment that Xiao Zhuobin on the other side held a long sword in his hand. He waved the sword and numerous afterimages gradually solidified in the empty space. After which, they transformed into countless sword glows. As the long sword was suddenly swung out horizontally, the sword glows carried a wave of sharp sonic booms as they shot toward Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, be careful. This is the skill that made him famous, falling wind shadow swords. Xiao Lei reminded him with a laugh after he forced Xiao Yan to retreat. Hearing this, Xiao Yan did not even turn his head. Instead, he used his majestic soul power to cover the entire area, allowing the sword radiances to shoot toward him. The giant ruler in his hand was raised above his head. Flames gathered, and he slashed down fiercely. Have a taste of my move, 7-layer Heaven Breaker Ruler. Astonishing ruler light abruptly shot out. Xiao Lei was surprised. He did not expect Xiao Yan to ignore his back and attack him instead. He did not dare to hesitate any longer as he spun the spear in his hand. Lightning flickered as surging Genesis Chi frantically gathered. In the blink of an eye, a lightning dragon had formed on the spear and was thrust forward. 9 heavens lightning. Rumble. The two Do skills collided with each other and an explosion sounded. Xiao Lei's body hurriedly pulled back. He raised his head and looked over. He was unable to see the exact situation at the center of the energy explosion. However, he was able to clearly see that numerous ruler lights shot out from the center of the arena that was filled with energy. They emitted waves of continuous collision sounds and completely shattered the sword shadows that fell like a storm. At the center of the arena, a sliver of surprise flitted across Xiao Zhuobin's eyes as he watched Xiao Yan's figure rapidly dashing towards him. He was of the wind attribute, and was thus rather sensitive to speed. Yet, Xiao Yan was able to unleash such astonishing speed with his mere cultivation of a 3-star Genesis ancestor. This truly surprised Xiao Zhuobin a little. Even so, Xiao Zhuobin still pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot when Xiao Yan was within 10 meters of him. His figure immediately flickered, appearing at Xiao Yan's side in the blink of an eye, crossing paths with the charging figure. The sword in Xiao Zhuobin's hand was swung horizontally. Sharp sword chi tore through space, heading straight for Xiao Yan's vitals. However, just as the sword light was about to hit Xiao Yan's body, the latter's body was strangely submerged in space under Xiao Zhuobin's shocked gaze. In the next instant, a hand slowly pressed against Xiao Zhuobin's back. With a gentle shake, his body immediately shot forward. Only after he was 100 feet away did he stop with a face filled with disbelief. He immediately turned around to look at the arena and involuntarily cried out. You have not comprehended the grand Tao of fire, but the Grand Tao of Void? I have never said that I have comprehended the Grand Tao of Fire. At this moment, a faint mocking laughter was suddenly transmitted from behind Xiao Zhuobin. When he turned his head, he quickly saw a smiling Xiao Yan. Shock once again rose in his heart. TSK, it seems that we have all underestimated you. At this moment, Xiao Lei stepped forward once again. He raised his hand and looked at the bloodstain on his palm. He could not help but grin. The two of them had been training outside for so long. They did not expect that they would still suffer because they underestimated someone else's strength. Although Xiao Yan's combat strength was not lacking, this point still made the two of them feel uncomfortable. Since this is the case, we have to show our true strength. Xiao Zhuobin's figure flashed and appeared beside Xiao Lei in the blink of an eye. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they looked at Xiao Yan in front of them and mocked. I heard that brother Xiao Yan has also cultivated the fury of the fire god, one of the three fury of the gods. Why don't you let us have a try today? Your fury of the fire god is comparable to our fury of the thunder god and fury of the wind god. P.S. Recently, I have learned about some readers from other platforms. Sorry, I can't see your comments. Because this book is available on Qidian and QQ. If you have any questions or opinions, you can leave a message in the comments section of these two websites. I will read every comment. You can also search the public account, Time's Ill-Fated Fate. I will also read it. I will try my best to respond and satisfy everyone. Chapter 1440. Wind God's Fury. Thunder God's Fury. On the battle stage, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin swiftly exchanged a look before nodding heavily. Their figures moved in tacit understanding as they rapidly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared near the spectator stands. The trio were quite far apart from each other, leaving a huge gap between them. As two shouts soared into the sky, surging Genesis chi gushed out from their bodies. Hurricanes swirled and thunder roared in the sky. They gathered above the two figures and gradually turned into two solid and mighty figures. An extremely heavy and powerful aura spread out from them, causing all the members of the Xiao clan to reveal a shocked expression. Compared to what they had seen in the past, the two giant gods before their eyes were the true wind god's fury and thunder god's fury. Thick bolts of purple lightning coiled around the giant statue's body like pythons. As the lightning twisted, a series of crackling sounds immediately rang out in the air. If one were to take a closer look, one would see that the formless space had been forcefully torn apart by the lightning. Within a certain radius of the space, countless purple lightning snakes wantonly slithered about like living creatures, faintly forming a gigantic lightning net. Within the net, the aura of Xiao Lei's body once again soared. On the other side, Xiao Zhuobin was not to be outdone. Winds gradually rose as the sky changed. An astringent hurricane swept across the entire arena, causing a chill to surge in the hearts of anyone who came into contact with it. Fearful gazes landed on the two figures. Several of the people present could not help but feel a sliver of pity for Xiao Yan. The absolute suppression in terms of cultivation coupled with such a powerful dose skill made it impossible for Xiao Yan to withstand it even if he went all out. Little brother Xiao Yan, this purple lightning of mine has mutated due to a fortuitous encounter, making it even stronger than ordinary lightning attribute experts. This 1000 lightning domain is a secret technique that I have created myself. I wonder how confident you are in succeeding. Xiao Lei laughed heartily, the boldness in his words evident. The giant lightning python coiled around his body released a low roar, its aura astonishing. Falling wind abyss. This is a secret technique that I have comprehended while practicing the wind god's fury. Little brother Xiao Yan, will you be able to withstand it? Xiao Zhuobin knit his brows and smiled. His body shook as he suddenly took a step forward. A frightening wind pressure instantly descended from the sky within the enormous fighting arena. The entire stone platform appeared to have fallen into an endless abyss in an instant. Even the expression of the current Xiao Yan could not help but change. Both secret techniques that you have created yourself? How astonishing! The endless wind pressure that forcefully descended from the sky above caused Xiao Yan's body to sink slightly. He muttered, but there was not the slightest fear in his heart. Withstanding the wind pressure, Xiao Yan slowly raised his head and looked at the two towering figures. The corner of his mouth could not help but lift into a fanatical smile. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a situation. Today, he was going to have a hearty battle. Ha! Suddenly, a clear and loud roar burst out from Xiao Yan's mouth. His sinking body suddenly shook and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered. A powerful aura surged out from his body. Xiao Yan did not move much as he stood there. Instead, he raised his hands and clapped heavily. What was surprising was that a heavy sound like metal colliding was emitted from his palms. At this moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Xiao Yan's body. Giant elephant art. The golden body condensed into a dazzling light. Everyone looked over and saw that the domineering aura from the burly golden body was not the slightest bit inferior to the previous two. However, before they could think of anything else, the burly golden body suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. An astonishing pillar of fire abruptly shot out, swiftly enveloping the golden body under everyone's astonished gazes. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a blazing body. Fury of the Fire God. The perfect combination of the giant elephant art and the fury of the Fire God, as well as the extreme display of his physical strength and Genesis Chi, allowed Xiao Yan's condition to reach a whole new level. Come and fight. The giant covered in blazing flames suddenly let out a deep roar. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ground trembled. His enormous body charged forward like a wild bull. However, Xiao Lei and the other man on the opposite side did not mind at all. They emitted an explosive cry from their mouths. Soon after, they waved their enormous fists. Wind and lightning intertwined as they furiously charged toward Xiao Yan. Bang! A muffled explosion immediately rang out. There wasn't any excess Genesis Chi, and the only thing that swept out was the distorted and shattered space ripples caused by the collision between the two sides. At this time, the huge fighting arena was also destroyed into a pile of rubble after several collisions between the three of them. The three did not use any superfluous techniques. Instead, they relied purely on the power of their bodies. Every punch landed on flesh as they wantonly squandered their strength, using the simplest method to carry out the intense battle between the three of them. As the saying goes, the greatest truths are the simplest. Every time a punch landed, the space would break. As the fist and the palm collided, the huge battle arena turned into ruins in an instant. Ha ha ha, good. The past 2 years have been filled with danger, and it has been a long time since I've been able to fight to my heart's content like today. Brother Xiao Yan is truly extraordinary. How satisfying. The three of them exchanged an intense and explosive collision. After retreating to a certain distance, Xiao Lei could not help but raise his head and laugh heartily. With a twist of his body, the sound of bones colliding immediately rang out under the enormous illusory figure. Soon after, he turned his gaze and looked towards Xiao Zhuobin. The two of them smiled in tacit understanding. Quickly, they raised their hands and formed a seal with their 10 fingers. Their movements were shockingly similar. Brother Xiao Yan, this move was created by the combined efforts of us brothers. It also borrows the fury of wind and thunder. If you can beat us in this move today, it will be considered your victory. How about it? Loud laughter rang out. Sure enough, everyone present saw the giant phantasm of wind god's fury and thunder god's fury gradually dim at this moment. All of the energy on the phantasm gradually fused together under the control of the two of them, transforming into a phantasm of wind and thunder. At the same time, an even more powerful and astonishing pressure gradually spread from it. Xiao Yan slowly shut his eyes when he saw this. He exhaled a long breath of air. Soon after, both of his eyes were suddenly opened. A heavenly flame appeared in his eyes. At the same time, an arrogant laughter was emitted. I couldn't ask for more. Let's fight. Chapter 1441. Xiao Yan's group stood solemnly on the martial arena that was like a wasteland. the three enormous statues scattered and revealed their true faces. At the same time, a strange illusionary image of wind and lightning interweaving once again agglomerated in front of Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. This Dou technique is formed from the merger of the fury of wind and lightning. Although I don't dare to say that its strength is comparable to a great Dou technique, it is not inferior to a middle-level E-class Dou technique. Brother Xiao Yan, be careful. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin reminded loudly in a tacit manner. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. First, there was a self-created secret technique. Then, there was a merged Dou technique. The talent of the two people in front of him was so high that it was frightening. A long while later, Xiao Yan finally inhaled a deep breath of air. He immediately exhaled and the seal formed by his hands changed. Immediately, fierce, heavenly flames surged out from his body in all directions. After which, they swiftly separated and agglomerated into 4 clusters of heavenly flames. The 4 clusters of heavenly flames floated in the sky. The frighteningly high temperature caused the air in this place to instantly become dry. It was fortunate that the cultivation of everyone present was not low. Hence, they were able to withstand it. Even though this was the case, shock still surged within the eyes of quite a number of people. Heavenly flames was currently the most difficult energy to control in this world. It was unexpected that not only did it appear in Xiao Yan's hands, but he had even grasped a total of 4 of them. This number could really be described with the word frightening. At this moment, on the elders' seats, a rich expression of disbelief climbed onto everyone's faces the instant Xiao Yan separated the 4 clusters of flames. Even the hearts of Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan were currently filled with endless shock. That is, the fallen heart flame? Could it be the actual body of the first elder of the Cloud Immortal sect, Huizhu? How could such a person be swallowed and refined by him? At a certain spot in the viewing gallery, Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing beside Xiao Xian's group, saw this scene in the arena. His eyes immediately focused and his expression involuntarily became somewhat stunned. However, compared to the scene in front of them, the following scene caused everyone present to feel even more terrified. Following the appearance of the heavenly flames, Xiao Yan did not make any unnecessary movements. His hands clapped in a practiced manner and directly mixed them together. The fierce flames swiftly merged. This sudden scene also caused the gazes of everyone present to solidify for an instant. Soon after, everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. Their eyes were instantly filled with shock as they looked at the calm expression of Xiao Yan in the arena. An uproar followed and resounded over the place. This lunatic. Does he not want to live? With the exception of a small portion, the remaining people were currently staring at Xiao Yan in the arena with shocked and terrified expressions. Some of the elders in the elders' seats had even stood up and prepared to deal with any unexpected occurrences. On the other hand, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yan had become much calmer after experiencing the shock earlier. They stared at Xiao Yan's face, which was as calm as before. Their hearts were filled with curiosity about this action of his. The Xiao Lei duo's gazes swept across the 4 heavenly flames in front of Xiao Yan as a faint look of astonishment flitted across their eyes. Soon after, they smiled at each other and moved their hands. Afterimages appeared one after another. As their hand seals changed, Genesis Chi frantically poured into the phantasm in front of them. Until a certain moment, the wild wind that was howling in the sky suddenly came to a standstill. The enormous illusory figure that had merged with wind and lightning also gradually stopped wiggling at this moment. A monstrous and shocking aura slowly spread out from it. Absolute strength caused the entire place to tremble unceasingly. The expressions of everyone in the surrounding viewing platforms changed when they sensed the monstrous aura that spread from the giant phantasm's body. Under the cover of such a terrifying aura, a dejected feeling of defeat rose in their hearts. A chilling aura of death unwittingly surfaced in their hearts. It was as if all life would be completely extinguished under this power. What an astonishing fusion Dou skill. Yes, a merged Dou technique is different from an ordinary Dou technique that one practices. The strength of this kind of secret technique will greatly increase as the strength of both parties who practice it continues to increase. Once this strength reaches its peak, it will be incomparable. High up in the viewing platform, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan watched this scene unfold in the arena. A gratified expression involuntarily flowed out from their old eyes. It was rare for a junior to be like this. We shall name this move, Fury of Wind Lightning. At this moment, the consciousness of the two brothers seemed to have merged into one. A buzzing sound that shook one's soul was slowly spat out from their mouths. Even the Fury of Wind Lightning phantasm opened its mouth. This move is very strong. In the viewing platform, Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was tightly fixed on the Fury of Wind Lightning phantasm. His low voice was filled with worry. Don't worry, he won't lose. By the side, Xiao Xian slowly exhaled. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. His pitch-black eyes were filled with confidence. Although the giant phantasm on the stage was powerful, the power of the thing that had condensed between Xiao Yan's hands would definitely surpass it. The two of you, try and receive my Buddha's fiery lotus. In the arena, Xiao Yan, who was under everyone's gazes, slowly opened his hands. The instant light blossomed from his palms, a gorgeous fire lotus also slowly bloomed. The strange thing was that after the fire lotus was born, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became silent. In the elders' seating area, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan stared at the fire lotus that appeared in Xiao Yan's palm in shock. The air was so quiet that they could even clearly hear their own heartbeats. Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan gently pushed his hands forward. The fire lotus looked harmless as it gently swayed in the air and slowly flew forward. Looking at the enormous phantasm, the difference between the two was like the difference between a mountain range and a cloud crane. Phew! When the gorgeous fire lotus streaked across the sky, Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian, who were waiting calmly, exhaled at the same time. They clasped their hands together and slowly leaned forward. A terrifying pressure descended along with the collapse of the giant phantasm. Wrath of wind thunder. Limitless waves of wind swept to both sides like an invisible tsunami. Terrifying wind pressure fell from above. The unstoppable lightning mercilessly broke through the void like a hot knife through butter, shooting straight at the fire lotus like a long spear. However, in the void less than a meter away from the fire lotus, the lightning strangely distorted and disappeared. Everyone in the area held their breaths and focused their attention. Their eyes were focused intently on everything that was about to happen in the arena. At this moment, even their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. Countless number of eyes reflected the enormous wind lightning illusory image with a majestic aura and the seemingly brilliant fire lotus. Until the next moment, an earth-shaking collision suddenly erupted. Chapter 1442. Boom! The frozen atmosphere between the heavens and the earth only lasted for a moment before it was broken by an earth-shattering explosion. The white clouds in the blue sky were also swept away in an instant. The terrifying collision was like a collision between meteorites. In an instant, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. The entire martial arena couldn't help but tremble at this moment. On the ground, cracks that were several meters wide rapidly spread out like a spider web. The martial arena that was built from an entire mountain peak rapidly collapsed under the impact of the terrifying energy. Stop the martial arena. We must not let this energy continue to spread. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyuan's shout resounded in the sky above the vast plaza. But before Xiao Dingtian and the others could make a move, golden energy pillars suddenly soared into the sky from the surroundings of the martial arena. They rapidly intertwined and formed a huge barrier in the blink of an eye that enveloped the entire martial arena. Xiao Xian stood in the air on the spectator stand. He waited until the seal in his hand was formed before withdrawing his gaze and looking at Xiao Yan and the others. This battle wasn't over yet. Buzz! Energy ripples that were filled with a destructive aura rapidly spread out from the point of impact. After which, they heavily bombarded the thick and huge array barrier around them. The terrifying energy directly caused the array barrier to violently shake in an instant. Waves of vast and mighty sounds that sounded like the ringing of a bell spread out. The powerful energy ripples made it impossible for the people present to see the situation clearly. But just by listening to the unceasing explosions, it still caused their hearts to surge. The terrifying ripples that continuously bombarded the barrier also caused the hearts of the people present to involuntarily beat violently. They were afraid that the barrier would suddenly explode. Crack, crack. In a short moment, a series of cracking sounds were heard from the formation barrier, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble. Xiao Xian couldn't help but knit his brows when he saw that the barrier couldn't hold on any longer. He waved his sleeve, and streams of light shot out from his storage ring and rapidly merged into the barrier. Waves of powerful energy once again spread out from the barrier, and the originally violently shaking barrier quickly stabilized at this moment. They've actually fought to this extent? Xiao Dingtian knitted his brows and sighed softly. When he lifted his head, he suddenly heard a sizzling sound coming from the center of the battlefield. Bolts of purple lightning charged out from the horizon and fiercely collided with the barrier. After which, they suddenly turned around and charged back, fiercely colliding with the fire lotus. At the same time, a terrifying hurricane began to howl within the formation, forming an astonishingly huge tornado. Green energy continued to converge as it continued to attack from above. Together with the lightning, it continued to descend. Bang, 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 muffled explosions sounded one after another until they finally completely disappeared. The purple-colored thunderbolt continued to charge toward the center of the explosion. The hearts of everyone present were suddenly startled. Numerous gazes instantly gathered and stared at the center of the energy ripple. From the looks of it, it appeared that Xiao Yan's fire lotus was ultimately unable to defeat the wind lightning fury that Xiao Lei and the other man had displayed. Heh, this brat's still lost in the end. It's about to end. The appearance of this scene caused many people to cry out in alarm. Although that was the case, they clearly understood that Xiao Yan was able to rely on his own strength to fight against two origin sect experts, who were stronger than him. Based on this point alone, he could not be considered to have lost. However, the bet was placed there, and everything was irreversible. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian let out a long sigh. His emotions were relaxed, but also melancholy and regret. Based on the current situation, it was clear that he had won the bet with Xiao Yan. However, after this battle, Xiao Yan's shocking and frightening combat strength had also been displayed. It was no exaggeration to say that within the current Xiao clan, there was no one in the same generation that possessed Xiao Yan's frightening combat strength. However, since the matter had already been decided, Xiao Yan would definitely have to leave the clan. Although he felt some regret in his heart, he was still the head of the inner pavilion. There were some things that he could not bring himself to do. What's going on? At this moment, a wave of bewilderment suddenly sounded from the viewing gallery. The audience, who had originally retracted their gazes and planned to sit back and wait for the result, had actually once again turned their gazes towards the battleground at this very moment. There seemed to be something that had exceeded their expectations slowly appearing at that spot. Something's not right. At this very moment, even Xiao Gan, who was beside Xiao Dingtian, suddenly focused his gaze. His gaze immediately turned towards the battleground, and his pair of old eyes were filled with shock. "Old man, I'm afraid the outcome of this battle will far exceed our expectations." Instantly, Xiao Dingtian suddenly regained his senses, and his gaze followed the former's gaze. In the next moment, his pair of old eyes were immediately stunned, and the expression on his old face gradually froze. At this very moment, the turbulent energy shockwave in the battleground that was enveloped by the array was slowly dispersing. The situation that was buried within had finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. The huge battleground had now turned into a huge deep pit, and everything within it had been completely destroyed into nothingness. In the air, three figures were barely able to stand. Their faces were pale, and their clothes had been completely destroyed by the attack of the energy. As a result, their bodies were covered with wounds and bloodstains. But the most shocking thing wasn't these three figures, but at this very moment, after all the energy in the battleground had dissipated, there was still a small lotus core that was floating in the air. On it, there was a wisp of flame that seemed to be alive. It was wantonly jumping about, as though it was mocking the fury of wind and thunder that had already dissipated. Seeing this lotus core, Xiao Yan, who was covered in wounds, smiled brightly. He looked at the two brothers opposite him as though a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The two of them had also discovered this at this moment. At the same time, they were shocked in their hearts, but at the same time, they also heaved a sigh of relief. They grinned at Xiao Yan from afar, and the two of them raised their fists at the same time and gave a thumbs up to Xiao Yan. Outside the battleground, everyone present was like a wooden stake that stood still on the spot. Countless gazes were gathered on the small lotus core, and other than shock, their minds were completely blank. At this very moment, the faces of everyone present, even the group of elders who were seated in the elder seats, were slowly filled with shock. At this moment, everyone knew that the so-called irreversible ending in their eyes was still successfully reversed by Xiao Yan in the end. Xiao Yan had won. Chapter 1443. After the battle and the battle arena ended, Xiao Yan's name swiftly swept across every corner of the Xiao clan like a hurricane. In the next few days, Xiao Yan became the focus of everyone's discussion. He had fought against two origin sect powerhouses and won. Such a shocking achievement could be said to be one of a kind. In a quiet secret chamber. A faint luster surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A joy that was difficult to hide appeared on his face as he sensed the powerful and majestic Genesis Qi within his body. Although he had consumed a lot of Genesis Qi in the battle with Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, it allowed him to fully control the power he had obtained after his breakthrough. Not only had his aura completely stabilized, but it was also gradually rising. Xiao Yan twisted his cross-legged body. Immediately, a wave of bone collision sounds sounded like firecrackers. After relaxing for a moment, Xiao Yan finally waved his sleeves gently. A glow flashed on the storage ring on his finger. In the blink of an eye, rows of jade boxes were neatly placed on the ground in front of him. These jade boxes were currently emitting a dense medicinal fragrance that spread apart like a mist, causing one to be able to tell that they were definitely not ordinary things at a glance. These medicinal ingredients were needed to refine the zone transformation pill. They could be considered extremely precious items. Any one of them would be in existence that had a price but no market in the outside world. However, regardless of how many of them were placed in front of Xiao Yan, they were all ordinary. Zone transformation pill, high-grade grade 7 medicinal pill. With a twist of his hand, a scroll landed in Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan unfurled the scroll and carefully studied all the information contained within. Even though Xiao Yan already knew the refinement method and some of the details of the zone transformation pill in his heart, the refinement this time around was different from the past. Xiao Yan only possessed one meru grass, the core medicinal ingredient of the zone transformation pill. In other words, Xiao Yan could not afford to make even the slightest mistake during the refinement of the zone transformation pill. The only thing he could do at this moment was naturally to repeatedly understand the refinement process in hopes of eliminating any possibility of failure. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yan finally put away the scroll in his hand. He closed and opened his eyes, memorizing all the information contained in the scroll in his mind. Then, his gaze slowly swept across the rows of snow-white jade boxes in front of him. He drew a light breath, suppressing all the emotions in his heart. After calming himself down, he flicked his finger, and a ray of black light suddenly flashed past. A low bell rang in the secret chamber, and a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron slammed to the ground. It was the Luo Heaven Cauldron. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The refinement method for the zone transformation pill once again flashed across his mind. Soon after, a fire glow appeared in his dark black eyes. A sharp expression surfaced between his brows. Immediately, he slammed his palm heavily on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The top of the cauldron emitted a bang sound as it was opened. At the same time, he extended his hand and beckoned. A suction force surged out from his palm. A jade box was immediately opened. Puff! Accompanied by a faint sound, a blazing mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the medicinal cauldron, frantically burning inside. As the mysterious flame rose, the runes on the surface of the Luo Heaven Cauldron unknowingly grew increasingly clear, as though they encompassed the world. Once the temperature within the cauldron had reached a certain level, Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand and the tender yellow root immediately rose into the air. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and a flame emitted a poochie sound as it agglomerated in the air around the root. Waves of hot temperature spread out, causing the color of the root to gradually change until it turned red. Only then did Xiao Yan throw it into the medicinal cauldron. Magnolia roots were born in the depths of the earth veins and were nourished by the power of the earth veins. Magnolia roots were extremely resilient, and if absorbed by earth or rock attribute cultivators, they would have a chance of greatly increasing the strength of their attributes, making their Genesis Chi more powerful. As the first ingredient of the zone transformation pill, the magnolia root's purpose was to increase the pill's tolerance to ensure that there would not be any changes due to changes in the flame temperature during the refining process. The refinement of the first medicinal ingredient lasted for a full hour or so. The subsequent refinement process would clearly not be any easier than this. The meticulous refinement of hundreds of medicinal ingredients would definitely require an extremely long time. Even though this was the case, it was under the premise that Xiao Yan was using the heavenly flame to refine them. Otherwise, it was likely that the refinement process of the medicinal ingredients would be even more difficult. It had to be said that to alchemists, strange flames were indeed a divine weapon in the truest sense. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly furrowed in a tight frown in the sealed chamber. Blazing flames frantically refined the various medicinal ingredients that were continuously poured into the medicinal cauldron. The number of jade boxes placed in front of Xiao Yan gradually decreased. Wave after wave of mixed medicinal fragrances lingered in the narrow space like mist. This continued until a certain moment when the final jade box placed in front of Xiao Yan was opened. After a difficult struggle with the heavenly flame, the medicinal ingredients inside were finally refined into a small cluster of the most essential powder. After the medicinal ingredient refinement was completed, the expression on Xiao Yan's face did not ease up in the slightest. On the contrary, it became increasingly grave. The medicinal ingredient refinement was merely the first step in the entire medicinal pill refinement process. At this moment, he could be considered to be able to officially begin refining the zone transformation pill. What he had to face next was the most troublesome content. Rank 7 Zone Transformation Pill. To put it bluntly, this was the highest grade medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had come into contact with until now. The difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was self-evident. Moreover, there was only one chance to refine this medicinal pill. Once he failed, there would be no possibility of restarting the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan naturally understood this in his heart. Therefore, he did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of negligence on his face at this moment. Huff! Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the blazing flames burning in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He exhaled a long breath. At a certain moment, his mind suddenly moved. With a wave of his large sleeve, those pure medicinal ingredients that were wrapped in flames and suspended in the air were all thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Without any explanation, he maneuvered all of his spiritual strength and focused all of his attention on controlling the flame within the cauldron. He suddenly compressed those pure medicinal ingredients that had been completely refined. The pill fusion began. Success or failure would depend on this one move. Chapter 1444. Qi. When the flame squeezed the many medicinal ingredients into one spot within the medicinal cauldron, the instant collision caused the energy within it to erupt uncontrollably. Wave after wave of energy ripples erupted repeatedly. The pure medicinal liquid was shaken until it scattered in all directions amidst a wave of low and deep muffled sounds. If it was not for the protection of the heavenly flame, it was likely that these medicinal ingredients would have been completely destroyed by this. Xiao Yan frowned tightly when he sensed the sudden unexpected change within the medicinal cauldron. However, he did not dare to slack off even a little in his heart. The vast ocean-like spiritual strength between his brows poured out without any reservation. It seemed to have transformed into 2 huge hands that grabbed all the medicinal ingredient essence within the medicinal cauldron. Adding the heavenly flame wrapping around it, it once again compressed it in an extremely tough manner. There was only one chance in front of him. He could not afford to make any mistakes. If he wanted to refine the transforming zone pill, this step was a path that he must take. Xiao Yan's gaze focused intently on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The flame leaped and the warm fire light was reflected on his grave face. He held his breath and focused. The air within the secret chamber also seemed to have solidified at this moment. The atmosphere within also appeared exceptionally solemn. Within the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Yan allowed the energy between the medicinal ingredients to erupt. He rigidly controlled his spiritual strength and used the heavenly flame to forcefully resist all the explosions. The situation within the medicinal cauldron was uncertain. However, Xiao Yan was able to accurately capture that the energy ripples between the medicinal ingredients were weakening at an extremely slow rate. Once all the energy ripples completely disappeared, the medicinal ingredients would merge and the medicinal pill would be formed. Time quietly flowed by like sand between one's fingers during the rise of the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron. His body was as stiff as a statue and his entire person appeared just like a corpse. If it was not for the thin gossamer-like breath in his nose and the perspiration that repeatedly appeared on his forehead, it was likely that others would have mistaken him for a corpse. In the blink of an eye, he did not know how much time and days had passed. Xiao Yan only knew that he had done his best. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron were fusing bit by bit. All the processes were slowly progressing in a good direction. His eyes, which had been staring at the medicinal cauldron, were filled with sadness. His eyes gradually became bloodshot, and even his eyeballs seemed to be unusually protruding. Being overly engrossed, Xiao Yan had forgotten everything in the outside world at this moment. Even his entire consciousness was completely immersed in this huge medicinal cauldron. The only thing that changed in the entire secret room was the flickering raging fire within the medicinal cauldron. It shone on Xiao Yan's body, reflecting a distorted figure on the ground and walls behind him. The merger of the medicinal ingredients was slowly carried out under Xiao Yan's frightened emotions. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that no mistakes occurred during the entire merger process after this. The high degree of tension in his emotions caused every step to fall into place step by step. Finally, when the final cluster of medicinal liquid was merged into one, a cluster of mottled fist-sized cluster appeared within the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the medicinal liquid in front of him that had finally turned into a ball of medicinal liquid, Xiao Yan's heart did not relax. The medicinal pill had yet to be formed, and the results had yet to be determined. If he wanted to completely relax, it was likely that he would only be able to relax at the moment when the medicinal pill was truly refined. Xiao Yan did not dare to slack off at all. His mind was still tense as his spiritual strength controlled the flame and maintained it at a constant temperature. He slowly released the temperature, causing the various medicinal herbs within the ball of medicinal liquid to gradually fuse. As the various medicinal liquids within the ball of medicinal liquid gradually fused and condensed, the ball of medicinal liquid that was originally the size of a fist gradually condensed. At a certain moment, the size of the ball of medicinal liquid was reduced by half. On its surface, the originally viscous liquid began to dry and harden. A somewhat mottled and shapeless medicinal pill was gradually condensing. Looking at the medicinal cauldron in front of him that had finally successfully fused the embryonic form of the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan finally put down the biggest rock in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and heaved a long sigh of relief. The dryness in his throat even allowed him to smell a trace of blood sweetness. However, at this very moment, the few most difficult steps of refining the medicinal pill had been successfully completed. Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about these. He continued to maintain his original level of control and prepared to enter the next stage, which was also the most crucial stage of the medicinal pill's quality. Pill formation. Once the pill formation was completed, the zone transformation pill would be considered to have been truly refined. While Xiao Yan was in closed-door training to refine the medicinal pill, 2 months had passed in the outside world. As the clan gathering approached, the atmosphere in the Xiao clan had clearly changed. The younger generation of the Xiao clan, who were usually lazy and loitering, were now hiding in their rooms and desperately training. Although this action was somewhat like a last-minute preparation, it had to be said that under the continuous crazy training, some of the more talented younger generation members, who had been in the breakthrough stage for a long time, were unexpectedly able to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. It could be said that this was a joy that came from within. Of course, in comparison, these were only a minority. The younger generation members, who were accustomed to using the Shao clan's name to roam wild outside, couldn't even raise their heads in the clan. The strength of a origin king or origin emperor was not uncommon among the younger generation, but only by breaking through the numerous obstacles and becoming the best among them would the elders treat them differently. On a cliff at the back of the Shao clan's mountain. Dressed in white, Shao Xian was seated cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. His hands were forming a cultivation seal, and Genesis Qi stirred around him as wind and clouds gathered. Above his head, a huge invisible tornado, mixed with fierce and domineering sword Qi, gathered all the energy between heaven and earth. At the same time, Shao Xian's Qi cultivation method was rapidly circulating, and there seemed to be a series of fierce collisions in his body. Bzz bzz bzz, as the Qi cultivation method rapidly circulated, waves of majestic Genesis Qi continuously poured into his body in an attempt to break through the barrier between the origin emperor and origin ancestor. While Shao Yan was undertaking a retreat to refine medicinal pills, Shao Xian did not simply wait for the results. Instead, he relied on his own strength to attempt to attack the invisible barrier within his body time and time again. Although all of this appeared to be impossible, Shao Xian understood that he only needed to advance a small distance during these countless attempts. Even if it was just a small crack, he was confident that he could break through this barrier and advance to the Source Zone class. And that was exactly what he was doing at this moment. As the sword Qi above Shao Xian's head grew stronger and stronger, an invisible sword was formed in the center of the tornado. The moment the sword tip condensed, it was wrapped in a sky-piercing power as it pierced through his soul and slammed into the barrier of cultivation. Kacha! Without any fancy moves, the sword fell, and an earth-shaking explosion seemed to ring out in the depths of Shao Xian's mind. The huge tornado hovering above his head suddenly expanded, and an earth-shaking suction force surged out. The energy between heaven and earth seemed to have found an entrance and was frantically sucked into Shao Xian's body. As the energy of heaven and earth continued to pour in, an astonishing aura that far surpassed that of a peak origin emperor rapidly rose in Shao Xian's body, directly reaching the origin ancestor level. Chapter 1445. At the same time that Shao Xian's cultivation broke through to the origin ancestor level, in the depths of the Shao clan's back mountains, First Elder Shao Zhen's old eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared in a certain direction. Breakthrough? Amazing! Shao Zhen let out a surprised cry from his mouth. Soon after, he involuntarily laughed out loud. At the same time, he felt disbelief in his heart. Back then, he had thought of all sorts of methods for Shao Xian's breakthrough. He had even personally stepped forward to investigate. However, he was unable to find any useful clues. It was unexpected that Shao Xian had actually advanced in such a sudden manner. On top of feeling surprised in his heart, the first elder involuntarily linked this matter to Shao Yan. Could it be because of that brat? Outside the Shao clan, a pair of turbid old eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked in the direction of the Shao clan, and his eyes were filled with shock. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment, and then calmed down again. Ouyang clan. On the peak of a mountain, there was a man in green clothes and a long sword. Ouyang Yu in green clothes, and the long sword was called Serene Orchid. Buzz! When Ouyang Yu's cultivation broke through, the long sword lying quietly beside him on the peak of the mountain suddenly buzzed and trembled uncontrollably. It was as if it had received some kind of signal. A sharp sword aura surged from the Serene Orchid sword and cut the surrounding rocks in half. Seeing this, Ouyang Yu's expression did not change. His eyes stared straight at the northern horizon. Then, he extended 2 fingers and placed them on the sword. With a light press, the sword immediately stabilized. However, even so, the sword Qi that surged out from the tip of the sword still left a shallow wound on Ouyang Yu's wrist. Hiss! Ouyang Yu instantly sucked in a breath of cold air as shock appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and stared at the dark red wound. He seemed to be deep in thought as he quickly calmed down. Then, he took a deep breath and said indifferently, it seems that he has a great influence on you. When a weapon attacked its master, unless there was a demon involved, it must have met a master who was better than it. It could not take it and wanted to break free from its restraints. If I remember correctly, his name seems to be Xiao Xian. After a long while, Yang Yu finally let out a soft sigh. When he came back to his senses, he slowly placed his hand on the Yulan's sword and gently stroked it. Old friend, thank you for all these years. The man's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with reluctance. At a certain moment, Yang Yu slowly took a deep breath. As if he had made up his mind, he suddenly tore off a piece of cloth from his robe. With a flick of his finger, the sword body immediately rose into the air. The cloth circled in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the sword was completely wrapped up and sealed. The man's eyes were tightly shut as he stood silently on the mountain peak, feeling the last remnants of the aura in the air. From then on, the Ouyang family no longer had the orchid sword. 1 month later. In front of a secret chamber in the Shao clan, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Tian stood there. The two of them looked at the door of the secret chamber that was slowly opening in front of them, and their eyes were filled with nervous anticipation. Soon, an old man with white hair and beard walked out of the secret chamber. The old man looked a little dejected. When he walked out, he saw the grandfather and grandson with faces full of anticipation. He was startled at first, but in the end, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. I have failed to live up to your expectations. When these words came out, the grandfather and grandson's hearts suddenly thumped, and the expressions on their faces froze. After a long while, Xiao Tian helplessly smiled, took a deep breath, and shook his head. He looked at Xiao Jinghong and comforted him, Grandfather, it's okay. I don't have any pills. At most, I will cultivate by myself. I will break through sooner or later. Hearing this, Xiao Jinghong's withered hand couldn't help but tremble. Only then did it land on the latter's shoulder and said in a low voice, That's true, but it has been a few years. Seeing that this year's clan gathering is around the corner, if your cultivation still can't break through, I'm afraid. Xiao Tian pursed his lips and felt quite helpless in his heart. In order to find more powerful strength, the cultivation method he cultivated was naturally more special. Although it was quite powerful and domineering usually, once it was time to break through, the resistance he had to face was especially great. But on the other hand, once he broke through, the rebound would not only increase his combat power, but even his cultivation would also increase faster and stronger than others. And this was also the reason why Xiao Tian's cultivation speed was inferior to other people of the same generation. If not for this, with Xiao Tian's cultivation talent, he should at least be at the same level as Xiao Yan. That bastard Xiao Mingyuan. If it wasn't for his unwillingness to help, how could this pill not be refined after such a long time? Xiao Jinghong's old face was extremely ugly. Although the old man in front of him was also an alchemist in the clan, he was only a rank 6 alchemist. It would be extremely difficult for him to refine a rank 7 barrier-breaking pill. In the entire Xiao clan, the strongest alchemist was Xiao Mingyuan, who was ranked 3rd in the Elders Guild. He was a rank 7 alchemist. If he could help, Xiao Jinghong had no doubt that this barrier-breaking pill would be refined successfully. But now, they and Xiao Yan were like fire and water. Xiao Mingyuan just so happened to be on the same side as Xiao Yan. It was impossible to ask him to help. It was also because they had no choice that they found the only rank 6 alchemist in the clan, Elder Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, under the circumstances where they paid the price of all the medicinal ingredients, the result was still so unbearable. However, while the three of them were feeling gloomy, thunderclouds suddenly rolled in the sky above a certain courtyard in the Xiao clan. At the same time, waves of rich energy ripples were rapidly forming there. The three of them turned their gazes and focused on the place where the energy ripples were occurring. In the blink of an eye, the expressions on their faces changed. This is the birth of a rank 7 pill. Is Third Elder refining the pill? As an alchemist, Xiao Ming was the first to detect the unusual energy ripples. It was caused by the completion of the pill. That is Xiao Yan's residence. Could it be that Third Elder is refining the pill for him? Regardless of whether it is or not, let's go over and take a look first. Xiao Jinghong let out a low cry. Immediately, he leaped into the air without any explanation. He took the lead and swiftly flew toward Xiao Yan's location. Behind him, Xiao Tian and Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment before following close behind. At the same time, many people in the Xiao clan were attracted by the energy ripples and quickly rushed over. However, when Xiao Jinghong and the others arrived, the first thing they discovered was a familiar figure. He was guarding the sky above the courtyard and preventing anyone from approaching. Looking at that person, it was actually Xiao Mingyuan, the person who was refining medicine at that moment. Chapter 1446. In the sky above the courtyard, Xiao Mingyuan stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. His old face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He boasted that he was quite knowledgeable in alchemy. Being able to reach rank 7 had added a lot of glory to his face. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene today. A rank 7 medicinal pill. This kid is really amazing. Although Xiao Mingyuan had some understanding of Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist, he didn't expect the latter's attainments in alchemy to be so high. He was still young, but he was already able to refine a rank 7 medicinal pill. Even some of the younger generation in the pill tower might not be able to compare with such amazing talent. Not long after Xiao Mingyuan appeared, figures rushed over from the surroundings of the courtyard after hearing the news. The commotion caused by the birth of a tier 7 medicinal pill caused some of the old fellows in the Xiao clan to become extremely excited. However, when these people arrived one after another and saw Xiao Mingyuan standing in the air, their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. In the entire Xiao clan, there was no one else other than Xiao Mingyuan who could refine a tier 7 medicinal pill. However, the latter was currently standing outside of this matter. Clearly, this medicinal pill had nothing to do with him. Could it be that Elder Xiao Ming has broken through to rank 7? Many of the people present revealed surprised expressions when they thought of this. Soon after, 3 figures rushed over from another direction. This instantly dispelled the thoughts in the hearts of the people present. This was because Xiao Ming was among the 3 people who had rushed over at this moment. Why is it you? Xiao Jinghong's figure flashed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing in the courtyard. The tip of his foot gently landed on the roof of a pavilion. He frowned and stared at Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing in the air, with a surprised expression. While he was speaking, Xiao Tian and Elder Xiao Ming quickly rushed over from behind him. Their gazes immediately noticed Xiao Mingyuan, who was currently in the courtyard. Why, even you are here? Can't this old man come? Seeing Xiao Jinghong, the latter's face obviously didn't have a good expression. Xiao Mingyuan only sneered at the former's words. As for the current Xiao Jinghong, he didn't have the time to care about these things. His gaze quickly looked at the room below where waves of energy fluctuations were surging out. He frowned and said, "Since you're here, who is the person concocting the medicinal pellet?" Xiao Jinghong's words were undoubtedly the thoughts of everyone present. After all, the 2 alchemist grandmasters from the Xiao clan were present. Since that was the case, who was the one who refined this rank 7 medicinal pill that was in its final stages? Your question is rather bizarre. This residence is Xiao Yan's residence. As the owner of this residence, the only person who can refine medicinal pills in this residence is naturally him alone. Xiao Mingyuan smiled coldly. As soon as his words fell, an uproar immediately sounded from the mouths of the people present. Even Xiao Jinghong and the 2 people behind him, who had already guessed in their hearts, couldn't help but slightly stiffen. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Although they also knew that Xiao Yan had the identity of an alchemist, they guessed in their hearts that he wouldn't exceed tier 5 at most. However, what was placed before their eyes now was a fact that could be called terrifying. It should be known that even in the entire Xiao clan, there was only Xiao Mingyuan who was a rank 7 alchemist. However, Xiao Yan was able to refine a rank 7 medicinal pill. The meaning behind this was not just a mere medicinal pill. A rank 7 medicinal pill. This was the proof of his identity as a rank 7 alchemist. A powerful cultivation that did not lose out to the top figures of the younger generation in the clan. In addition to his identity as a rank 7 alchemist, the combination of these two represented that he was a true genius. Bluntly speaking, a young person who could achieve such achievements in both cultivation and alchemy was definitely an existence that was extremely rare in the entire continent. Even in the hearts of all the alchemists in the continent, the Sacred Hall and the Pill Tower, there were definitely only a handful of them. After Xiao Yan's actions, no one in the Xiao clan would dare to underestimate him. His status would definitely be unshakable. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Jinghong involuntarily turned his gaze to the sealed house below. His heart secretly hesitated. Rumble, at this moment, the thunderclouds that had gathered in the sky finally began to churn violently. Numerous thunderbolts continued to churn within the thunderclouds. When the crowd below lifted their heads to look, a horned dragon-like frightening black-colored thunderbolt suddenly descended. It mercilessly tore apart the empty space and charged towards the courtyard below like a living creature. Its momentum was so great that it caused many of the younger generation members of the Xiao clan and even some of the elders to involuntarily reveal a grave expression on their faces. The power of the pill lightning triggered by a rank 7 medicinal pill was naturally extraordinary. It was likely that no one below the Source Zone stage would be able to withstand it. Even an ordinary Source Zone expert would likely suffer greatly. In the sky, Xiao Mingyuan's old eyes stared at the rapidly descending terrifying thunderbolt. As he circulated the Genesis Chi in his body, a stream of black light suddenly rushed out from the sealed house below. It pierced through the roof and soared into the sky, meeting the astonishing pill lightning head-on. SSS, is that a puppet? Xiao Mingyuan knitted his brows. His words had just sounded when an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone saw that the powerful pill lightning seemed to have been cut by more than half the moment it made contact with the puppet. Most of the lightning energy entered the Northern King's body, while the remaining energy was forcefully blasted apart in the collision. The Northern King's body was also sent flying. However, the moment it was about to land on the ground, its feet suddenly stepped on the empty air, and its body once again shot into the sky. At the same time, it left behind a pit that was dozens of feet wide in the courtyard. This puppet can actually absorb the power of lightning? Under Xiao Mingyuan's gaze, although the North King was blasted away by the thunderbolt, the lightning power in his body did not cause the slightest bit of damage. On the contrary, his body grew brighter and brighter, and the purple-gold skin on his body grew brighter and smoother. At a glance, it gave off a thick and tough feeling. The most peculiar thing was his head. His forehead and cheeks, all the way to the bottom of his neck, were now covered in dragon scales. Even his cold and empty eyes gave off a strange murderous aura. Not only did it absorb lightning power, but it has also grown stronger. Moreover, those scales, Xiao Mingyuan carefully scanned the North King's body. At a certain moment, Xiao Mingyuan's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This puppet is from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Chapter 1447. Although the Northern King had suffered serious injuries after the incident with Bai Hua, the lightning energy within his body had completely absorbed all of the accumulated lightning energy in his body after that battle. His injuries had completely healed, and his strength had also risen to the level of a source ancestor. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise. Although this was the case, the Northern King had barely reached the level of a source ancestor. However, in the face of such a powerful pill lightning today, the Northern King's strength would be completely raised. Not only that, but it would be even stronger. Roar. A low and cold roar was emitted from the Northern King's mouth. The Northern King's body once again charged forward, and its body collided with the 10 feet thick thunderbolt. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded once again. Under countless shocked gazes, the moment the thick lightning energy made contact with the Northern King's body, it was torn apart by a strange suction force and swallowed into the Northern King's body. The Northern King's body was just like a bottomless black hole in the face of these thunderbolts. No matter how ferocious the attacks were, the Northern King's body did not move. Even if it was sent flying, the thunderbolt would still be completely swallowed. Over a dozen pill lightning bolts descended and were swallowed by the Northern King one by one. Dragon scales continuously appeared on its body, and traces of lightning energy scuttled around the surface of its body as if they were alive. Following the Northern King's metal fist, it ruthlessly met the pill lightning descending from the clouds in the sky. What a strange puppet! Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Even Xiao Jinghong and the other upper echelon elders of the Xiao clan were similarly shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a strange puppet. This thing's strength is actually using the pill lightning to rapidly raise its strength. The Northern King, who had been baptized by the pill lightning time and time again, was completely fearless at this moment. Its body stood in the sky as it majestically received the wild and violent attacks of the pill lightning. No matter how the pill lightning collided, it was completely swallowed by the Northern King, and it did not even take half a step back. At this moment, the Northern King's fighting strength was likely comparable to an ordinary 3-star source ancestor. Rumble, 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 deafening roars continued to resound in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning seemed to be hidden within the violently churning thunderclouds. An endless stream of furious lightning bolts shot out from within, and their power grew stronger and stronger. Finally, all of them landed on the North King's body. After a long time, the churning thundercloud strangely calmed down and gradually shrank. However, just as everyone thought that the thunderclouds were about to dissipate and were about to relax, the energy in the area suddenly became unusually violent. An apocalyptic aura enveloped everyone's heads, causing the Genesis chi in several people's bodies. At a certain moment, 3 bolts of lightning that were even more powerful than the previous ones suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. Just as they were about to hit the ground, they merged into one under everyone's shocked gazes. They turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning that was dozens of feet thick. It was like a pillar of lightning that reached the heavens as it smashed towards the North King. Even so, the Northern King's body remained towering in the sky like a metal tower in the face of such terrifying thunderbolts. It lifted its head and stared at the descending thunderbolt. Just as it was about to hit its head, the Northern King suddenly opened its mouth and released a low and hoarse roar. Next, a terrifying suction force abruptly surged outwards. The earth-shaking thunderbolt was swallowed into the Northern King's stomach in a single gulp. The Northern King's body trembled uncontrollably as the thunderbolt entered its body. After a few breaths, it regained its calm. The last thunderclouds in the sky slowly scattered, allowing sunlight to sprinkle down and illuminate the Northern King's purple-gold skin. At a glance, half of its body was already covered in dragon scales. Pill lightning wreaked havoc in the sky above the manor for nearly 2 hours. During this time, the Northern King had absorbed nearly 100 pill lightning bolts. After devouring such a terrifying number of pill lightning bolts, the results were naturally astonishing. The continuous devouring of dozens of thunderbolts caused the Northern King's cultivation to soar like never before. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already reached the level of a 5-star origin ancestor. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Lei. In fact, it was hard to say whether Xiao Lei would be the Northern King's match in a battle. Some of the Xiao clan's elders present could not help but look at each other when they sensed the changes in the Northern King's strength. Their eyes blazed with excitement. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. A single round of grade 7 pill lightning had raised the Northern King's strength by 5 stars. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the Northern King's battle strength would be if such powerful pill lightning came a few more times. Would it be a source venerate or a source sage? Just think about it. A puppet that could rapidly raise its strength by devouring thunderbolts. If the clan was able to nurture it, it would break through to the origin venerate or even the origin sage stage. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before the Xiao clan became the #1 faction in the continent. At that time, the 2 great sects and the Pill Tower would not even be placed in their eyes. The prerequisite for all of this was that Xiao Yan had to hand over control of the puppet. The moment they thought of this, the gazes of quite a number of clan elders present involuntarily landed on the house below. At this moment, Xiao Yan was within it, finishing the finishing work of the medicinal pill. Xiao Yan, who was in the room, finally took out the medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him after the pill lightning scattered. Xiao Yan's tired face finally revealed a satisfied smile as he looked at the bright luster of the zone transformation pill that was overflowing with a pill fragrance. Xiao Yan's heart was thinking that Xiao Xian's cultivation would be able to break through with this medicinal pill. However, he was unaware that Xiao Xian's cultivation had already stepped into the Yuan Zone class a month ago. Although a month had passed, it was likely that his strength had already advanced by a step. Creak, the door to the room was opened. Sunlight scattered down from the sky while a countless number of gazes looked over. Xiao Yan raised his head and saw human figures all over the sky. He involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw the somewhat heated gazes of some of the elders. A figure had already appeared in front of him when he turned around. Above him, the expressions of Xiao Mingyuan and the rest changed as their gazes landed on the person. Xiao Yan also lifted his head in surprise. His expression was slightly startled, but he quickly smiled and said, "Ancestor, you have succeeded." "Ancestor, fortunately, I didn't let you down. The zone transformation pill is done." Chapter 1448. In the courtyard, Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite jade bottle appeared in his hand and he respectfully handed it over to the latter. Seeing this, Xiao Xian smiled and slowly shook his head. "Thank you for your hard work. However, you should keep it. I don't need this pill anymore." Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, the astonishing speed of Xiao Xian's appearance suddenly flashed in his mind. At this moment, he thought about it and instantly reacted. His gaze carefully swept over Xiao Xian's body and sensed that the aura emitted from the latter's body was thousands of times different from a few months ago. Immediately, the surprise in his eyes became even stronger. "You," Xiao Yan stared at Xiao Xian in surprise. Seeing the latter smile and nod his head, he immediately could not help but laugh out loud, which also attracted many suspicious gazes. At the same time, Xiao Jinghong, who was in the sky, stared at Xiao Yan with a shocked expression. He had clearly heard Xiao Yan mention the zone transformation pill earlier. With his status, he naturally knew what the zone transformation pill represented. It was a pill that could allow Xiao Tian's cultivation to break through to the origin ancestor level. Thinking back, when Xiao Tian was choosing the pill to break through to the origin ancestor level, his first choice was the zone transformation pill. As Xiao Tian's cultivation method was based on accumulation, the so-called negative effects of the zone transformation pill were nothing in his eyes. Unfortunately, the difficulty of refining the zone transformation pill far exceeded that of the rank 7 barrier-breaking pill, and without Xiao Mingyuan's help, he had no choice but to choose the latter. However, now that there was no hope for the barrier-breaking pill, the thought in his heart had just dissipated. However, the zone transformation pill that suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's hand reignited the flame of hope in an instant. If he could obtain this zone transformation pill, there would naturally be a solution to Xiao Tian's cultivation. "Don't even think about it, grandfather. We're going against Xiao Yan. It's already good enough that he doesn't hate us. It's impossible for him to give me the pills he refined for Xiao Xian." At this moment, Xiao Tian seemed to have seen through Xiao Jinghong's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiao Jinghong suddenly came back to his senses, and the hopeful expression that had just appeared on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Indeed, even Xiao Mingyuan was unwilling to make a move for Xiao Tian, let alone Xiao Yan. However, just as the two parties were talking, a few middle-aged men slowly stepped out from a group of people somewhere in the void. Then, they landed in the courtyard and looked at Xiao Yan. Sensing those gazes, Xiao Yan, who was chatting with Xiao Xian, slightly raised his eyebrows. He turned his gaze and looked at those few people. At this moment, there were 4 middle-aged men who had landed in the courtyard. Judging from their auras, there was no doubt that they were origin ancestor experts. The strongest among them had even reached the cultivation of a 5-star origin ancestor. It could be said that they weren't weak. However, at this moment, the gazes they used to look at Xiao Yan didn't seem to be friendly. Xiao Dingtian's men. Xiao Mingyuan also descended. He frowned slightly as he looked at those few people. he didn't give them a good face. Among the four, a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure slowly walked forward. His words shocked everyone, causing them to be dumbfounded and stunned. Xiao Yan, a straightforward person, doesn't resort to insinuations. I'm afraid that the ability of the puppet in your hand isn't something you can control. Therefore, I hope that you can hand it over and contribute it to the clan. The middle-aged man acted as if he hadn't heard. If Xiao Yan was really able to contribute the puppet to the clan today, then it would be a great contribution to the clan. His status would naturally rise in the future. In fact, these short-sighted people couldn't compare to him. However, when the middle-aged man thought of this, he didn't seem to care about Xiao Yan's thoughts. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned by these words. He exchanged glances with Xiao Xian, who was at the side, and then looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression. Who are you? The middle-aged man raised his head slightly and revealed a somewhat complacent expression. Xiao clan's inner pavilion elder, Xiao Huan. Then it's fine. Xiao Yan replied indifferently. He lifted his foot and was about to leave, but immediately after, the middle-aged man's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? What do you mean? Can't you hear what I said?" Xiao Yan paused. He slowly turned his head to look at the latter and coldly said. He said coldly, "If you were the clan leader, I might have to consider your words. Since you aren't, then there's no need for that. Xiao Yan, you're too arrogant. You want to enter my Xiao clan, but in the end, you're not even willing to contribute a puppet to the clan. How can we use such a selfish person?" Xiao Huan's words left her mouth. Xiao Yan turned around and Xiao Xian frowned. Even Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Jinghong threw their gazes toward the latter at this moment. They quietly shook their heads. Clearly, they felt disdain for this fellow's foolish actions. Xiao Yan's gaze, which was still calm a moment ago, had now landed on Xiao Huan's body. An additional denseness appeared in his eyes. By arrogance, did he mean that he didn't respect the elders of the clan, or that Zhao Jin did whatever he wanted in the Xiao clan? By selfishness, did he mean that he wasn't willing to give up his own interests, or that these people didn't want to help him? Xiao Huan's words had infuriated him. All right, Ji Han stared intently at Xiao Huan until the latter couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He then said indifferently, "If you can defeat him, you can do whatever you want with the North King." A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the Northern King emitted a bang as it landed on the ground. Without any explanation, the words that were spat out from its mouth caused the hearts of everyone present to leap. "North King, kill him." Boom! As his voice faded, the Northern King's foot stomped heavily on the ground. A half-meter-wide pit immediately appeared on the bluestone floor. His body rose and appeared in front of Xiao Huan in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, a fist heavily smashed towards Xiao Huan's head. Xiao Huan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body and rapidly retreated. Although he barely avoided the North King's iron fist, his face was flushed red from the blazing astral wind, and there were even a few scratches on his forehead. "Xiao Yan, you..." Before Xiao Huan could roar in anger, the North King's murderous aura attacked again. Xiao Huan couldn't care less. As he retreated, boundless Genesis Qi rapidly gathered on his right fist. With a strange jerk of his arm, an exceptionally powerful force blasted towards the North King's fist without any fancy moves. Boom! When the two came into contact, a frightening wind ripple immediately surged out. Numerous cracks swiftly spread out from between the two on the ground. A powerful force swept out, causing some of the decorations and rocks in the courtyard to be directly turned into dust. Humph! Xiao Huan coldly snorted. Genesis Qi surged from his arm, and his body jerked. Terrifying energy poured out in an attempt to push the North King back. However, the North King's tower-like body remained motionless even after the ferocious Genesis Qi erupted, allowing the energy to crash into the scales on his body. When the attack landed, the North King's body abruptly pressed forward. At the same time, an extremely pure thunderbolt force instantly entered the former's arm, scattering all the Genesis Qi and mercilessly shattering a portion of his meridians. Before Xiao Huan could let out a miserable shriek, the North King's charging body slammed into him. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and Xiao Huan's body was sent flying uncontrollably. He smashed through several courtyard walls before finally coming to a stop. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. When they looked at the North King, their gazes were filled with shock. Comparatively speaking, both of them were 5-star origin sections. However, at this moment, Xiao Huan had been instantly defeated in a single exchange. The Northern King's fighting strength was simply terrifying. Chapter 1449. The North King did not stop after breaking Huan Yuan's arm with a single punch. His foot slammed into the ground again as his body shot forward like a cannonball, charging into the ruins as a series of explosions rang out. The ground quaked as dust rose into the air. Cracks the width of a person's thigh continuously extended from the epicenter of the explosions. The enormous courtyard was completely demolished in a short period of time. It was only after a few minutes that everyone could clearly see an extremely sorry figure stumbling out from the flying dust with a panicked expression. The Genesis chi in his body continuously gushed out without any reservation. His figure flashed as fist winds whizzed behind him. Invisible air cannonballs whizzed past Xiao Huan's ears, causing fear to fill his heart. He had clashed with the North King more than a dozen times in a short period of time, but he was unable to gain the upper hand even once. Even when he attacked with his full strength, he was still blocked by the strange scales on the North King's body. The North King's body was simply indestructible and indestructible. He, a dignified 5-star origin sect master, had no chance of victory against the North King. Compared to combat strength, the North King's sturdy body was his most terrifying weapon. Xiao Huan had just escaped from the tiger's mouth when she immediately sensed the Northern King, who was hot on her heels. That steel-like body of the Northern King was extremely frightening at this moment. Xiao Huan's expression changed drastically. The Genesis chi in her body was frantically maneuvered. She lifted her head and saw Xiao Mingyuan standing beside Xiao Yan. She could not be bothered about anything else as she hurriedly cried out for help. "Third Elder, save me." Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan gently raised his eyebrows. His gaze paused on the puppet behind Xiao Huan, which was about to catch up with the latter. The corner of his eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. In the end, he still chose to remain silent. He was well aware of the resentment in Xiao Yan's heart. The reason why Xiao Yan had sent the Northern King to kill Xiao Huan was likely because Xiao Yan wanted to use Xiao Huan to vent his anger. Xiao Yan did not really want to kill Xiao Huan. However, if Xiao Yan were to intervene at this moment and save Xiao Huan, it was likely that the pretense would turn into reality and backfire. "Xiao Mingyuan, you!" Bang! Xiao Huan's heart suddenly sank when he saw that Xiao Mingyuan had no intention of attacking. Before the furious roar from his mouth could fade, the Northern King, who was chasing closely behind, suddenly smashed his fist down. It landed on Xiao Huan's back, and a shocking force poured out like a flash flood, instantly sending Xiao Huan's body flying forward. After which, he heavily landed on the ground. In an instant, he had already turned into a seriously injured body. The appearance of this scene caused the hearts of many Xiao clan members present to tighten. Many of their gazes involuntarily looked at Xiao Mingyuan. The latter actually did not care about the clan elders and allowed the puppet to trample on him. If news of this were to spread, it was likely that his prestige would be damaged. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan's face was green. He understood what those people were thinking in their hearts, but he also knew what the situation in the arena represented. However, if he were to intervene, this shallow relationship between him and Xiao Yan would be personally broken by him. At that time, it would be a small matter if Xiao Yan treated him coldly. However, if Xiao Yan were to become bitterly disappointed in the Xiao clan, the loss that the clan would suffer would be immeasurable. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan quietly circulated the Genesis chi in his body as he stared at the North King, who was about to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Huan. He slowly clenched his fists under his sleeves, and his turbid eyes stared intently at the situation that was about to unfold. If things really reached a point where he had no other choice, he would have to intervene even if he had to offend Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Huan was the clan's inner pavilion elder and had a high status. If he died at Xiao Yan's hands, Xiao Yan would lose all possibility of gaining a foothold in the clan. No matter which side it was for, Xiao Mingyuan had to intervene. At this moment, the greatest hope in Xiao Mingyuan's heart was that Xiao Yan would be able to stop in time. In this way, he would be able to obtain a deterrent effect and more or less vent his emotions. At the same time, he would not really kill Xiao Huan. Doing so would benefit everyone. However, things were always like this. The more one hoped, the less one would achieve the desired result. The North King still didn't stop even when it was less than a foot away from Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan didn't seem to have any intention of stopping it. As for the others present, even Xiao Huan, a 5-star origin sect master, wasn't a match for the puppet. Given their strength, how would they dare to face the North King head-on? If they failed to save Xiao Huan, they would end up losing their lives as well. No one would be willing to intervene in such a matter unless it was someone close to them. Under countless watching gazes, the North King's charging figure didn't stop at all. It clenched its 5 fingers and punched forward. If it landed, Xiao Huan would instantly lose his life. The clan's inner pavilion elder was about to die in front of the Xiao clan members. Bzz. In the next instant, a hurricane suddenly howled in the arena. A strong gust of wind swept out and then quickly retreated. When everyone in the arena looked over, they could clearly see a figure standing in front of Xiao Huan. The figure threw a punch and stood opposite the Northern King. Elder Hong. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm at the sight of this person. The stone that had been hanging in everyone's hearts was finally lifted. Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Mingyuan raised his eyebrows. He had almost forgotten that Xiao Jinghong was also present. Now that Xiao Jinghong had intervened, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. On the battlefield, Xiao Jinghong frowned. Although it was true that he had intervened to stop the North King, he clearly knew that the North King's charging figure had already stopped the moment he intervened. This also meant that Xiao Yan had no intention of killing Xiao Huan. Phew, at this moment, Xiao Huan, who had just survived a calamity, finally relaxed his tensed body. His body went limp, and his body, which had barely propped itself up from the ground, immediately fell. However, he couldn't care less about his miserable appearance. He crawled forward and wailed at Xiao Jinghong with a trembling voice. Xiao Yan has disregarded the clan's rules. Elder Hong, please uphold justice. A dignified clan's inner pavilion elder had actually committed such an act in front of everyone. This involuntarily caused the expressions of many clan members present to change. Even the clan elders, who were watching the battle, could not help but frown slightly. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Huan, who was crawling on the ground like an old dog. When he recalled the former's arrogant appearance, he involuntarily let out a cold laugh. You really do look the part. At this moment, Xiao Jinghong's gaze also landed on Xiao Huan's body. His expression did not change much when he saw the latter's ragged appearance, which made him look like a beggar. However, after a couple of breaths, he sent Xiao Huan flying with a kick under everyone's astonished gazes. In an instant, the entire place was stupefied. Chapter 1450. Ruining the clan's reputation. You deserve a beating. After kicking Xiao Huan, Xiao Jinghong turned his head and said indifferently. Everyone looked at Xiao Huan, who was sent flying like a rubber ball, and their hearts could not help but feel numb. Immediately after, Xiao Jinghong's dignified voice rang out once again. Xiao Huan will be stripped of his position as an inner pavilion elder and locked up for a month. Wow! Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. They expected that after Xiao Huan spoke those words, he had been severely injured by the Northern King. However, this was not the end. In the end, he was kicked by Xiao Jinghong. Not only that, he was even stripped of his position as an elder. The change in his life had actually happened in such a short period of time. It was truly shocking. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that all of this was not just because of Xiao Huan's own stupidity. Unknowingly, it also included Xiao Yan. Just think about all the things that had happened in the past few months after Xiao Yan had entered the clan. Which one of them did not have the upper hand? The final result of Zhao Jin's matter was that he was stripped of all his status in the clan, and all the authority that the Shao clan had given him was taken back. Even the head of the Shao clan, Shao Dingtian, was implicated. The battle between Shao Yan and Shao Lei had caused Shao Yan's name to resound throughout the Shao clan. At this moment, he had even refined a Tier 7 medicinal pill. Everything had revolved around him. The final beneficiary was still him. Looking at the current situation, some of the elders in the clan could not help but secretly ponder. Although Shao Jinghong's words were indeed righteous, from a certain point of view, wasn't he also lowering his head and showing weakness to Shao Yan? Intervening to save Shao Huan was to protect her reputation. Punishing Shao Huan was also to help Shao Yan get rid of trouble. All of these things caused them to be quietly shocked. With this thought in their minds, many of the clan elders present immediately cast a respectful and humble gaze towards Shao Yan. Under the premise that one did not have absolute strength to bear the burden of prestige, choosing a side was a necessary action in the future. This kind of action was the same regardless of whether it was in the past or the present. Let's go. Shao Yan's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Shao Jinghong in the square. He waited until someone brought the unconscious Shao Huan away before withdrawing the Northern King before speaking in a faint voice. Immediately, he walked to the corridor. Shao Xian followed close behind him. As Shao Yan and the rest left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Shao Jinghong, on the other hand, stood where he was. Shao Yan. The group returned to the main hall and took their seats. Only then did Shao Yan ask the question that he had been curious about earlier. Where's Lian? That girl said that she was worried that there would be no one by your side to help you, so after you went into seclusion to refine pills, she also entered the cultivation room. It has already been more than 3 months, and with the cultivation resources that I have prepared for her, she probably won't fall behind in her cultivation. Shao Xian smiled. It's been hard on her. Shao Yan's heart involuntarily warmed slightly when he heard this. A certain girl from the past also had similar thoughts. In order to help him, she had worked hard to train. Unfortunately, she had forgotten about him from the beginning until the end. It was just that now, things remained the same but people had changed. Also, your cultivation seems to be beyond the early origin zone, right? Shao Yan's gaze returned to Shao Xian. Although he had used up too much of his soul strength, he could faintly sense that the aura in Shao Xian's body was not something an ordinary origin zone could compare to. Shao Mingyuan only noticed this when he heard this. When his gaze landed on Shao Xian opened his mouth and slowly smiled. I just broke through to 3 stars before I came back. Shao Yan was slightly startled when these words were uttered. Immediately, he smacked his mouth in surprise. On the other hand, Shao Mingyuan's mind emitted a buzzing sound when he heard these words despite already knowing that Shao Xian had broken through to the Source Zone class. His mouth was wide open and the expression on his old face solidified. He appeared to be stunned while the shock in his heart was indescribable. Shao Xian had only broken through to Origin Zone for 3 months, and his cultivation had already risen to 3 stars. Could it be that he broke through to 1 star in a month? Are you using cultivation to build a house? 1 level in a month? After a while, even with Shao Mingyuan's mental state, he could not help but say something that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment, Shao Xian was speechless. Shao Yan, who knew the truth, could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. His cultivation had been bumpy, and his cultivation had been obtained by relying on the heavenly flame. The danger and pain he had experienced could be said to be unimaginable for ordinary people. However, compared to Shao Xian, it was simply 2 extremes. However, Shao Mingyuan could not be blamed for being so shocked. After all, it would take a very long time for an ordinary person to advance after breaking through to the origin ancestor realm. Even Shao Lei and Shao Xian had only advanced by 3 stars after a few years. Even so, this was already considered extremely fast in their eyes. However, Shao Xian had actually been able to break through to the origin ancestor realm in 3 months. This was truly shocking. TSK, you grandfather and grandson are truly terrifying. A rank 7 alchemist and a rank 7 array master. Even your cultivation has not fallen behind. If this continues, I'm afraid that breaking through to Origin Zone is just around the corner. In addition to the recent events, I believe that Xiao Dingtian's group will not dare to rashly find us again. In the end, Xiao Mingyuan could not help but praise as a hopeful expression appeared on his face. However, the instant his voice faded, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly stood up and looked outside the door. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei also looked over. At this moment, 3 figures were slowly walking over from outside the hall. It was Xiao Jinghong's group from before. They really came as they wished. Xiao Mingyuan could not help but curse in a low voice as he looked at the 3 figures that had stepped into the hall. Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei also stood up and looked at each other expressionlessly. When Xiao Yan's gaze swept past Xiao Tian, he could not help but ponder when he saw the latter's somewhat embarrassed face. Why? After teaching Xiao Huan a lesson, you came here to denounce him? With this old man here, I won't tolerate you. Xiao Mingyuan took 2 steps forward and spoke in a cold tone. First, I'm not here to denounce you. Second, I only have one thing to say. I'll leave once I'm done. Xiao Jinghong did not pay too much attention to Xiao Mingyuan and replied indifferently. His gaze immediately fell on Xiao Yan, who was behind him. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, using Xiao Huan's words, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. I'm here because I hope that you can transfer the zone transformation pill to Tian. From now on, this old man will no longer be your enemy. At the same time, this old man will also owe you a favor. I will do my best to help you with the clan's matters. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Mingyuan's expression was instantly stunned, and then he looked at Xiao Tian, who had his head lowered and didn't know what to say. Only now did he understand in his heart that Xiao Jinghong had come to show weakness for the sake of this grandson of his. With this thought, the expression on the old man's face could not help but soften slightly. No matter how these old fellows fought on a daily basis, these youngsters were still the future of the clan. However, when Xiao Yan heard these words, he laughed coldly and said, "Do you think that the current me will still care if you are my enemy? Or do you think that I will lack someone like you to help me? Just based on today's matter, as long as I raise my arm and call for help, the Xiao clan will definitely respond. Borrow. Then consider it as borrowing. In the future, this old man will personally return it to you." Just as Xiao Yan's voice sounded, Xiao Jinghong's face flushed red as he suddenly spoke. However, what he received in return was still Xiao Yan's mocking laughter. "I am currently a rank 7 alchemist. I don't need any medicinal pills." Then, enough. Xiao Jinghong was just about to open his mouth when Xiao Tian, whose expression was gloomy and ugly, finally could not help but roar out. He raised his head and glared at Xiao Yan as he roared, "Xiao Yan. Let me tell you, I can still break through without any medicinal pills. However, my grandfather will not allow you to humiliate him." After speaking, Xiao Tian ignored Xiao Jinghong's advice and turned around to leave with the latter. Xiao Ming respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan and the rest and hurriedly followed behind. However, at this moment, stop. With a shout, a jade bottle shot out at the same time Xiao Tian stopped moving. When he turned around, he caught it in his hand. No need. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Xiao Tian was furious and wanted to crush it. "It's not for you." Just as Xiao Jinghong hurriedly stopped him, Xiao Yan calmly said, "You should have a good grandfather. You should be thankful that you have a good grandfather. If he had not stopped the North King, I would not have given you this pill." After speaking, Xiao Yan immediately turned around. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Mingyuan and the rest, he walked tiredly to his bedroom. On the other hand, Xiao Jinghong's face was filled with suspicion as he looked at Xiao Yan's back. In his heart, he did not know what his action had to do with this. At this moment, Xiao Xian was probably the only one present who could roughly understand this point. Thinking about it, everything that had happened since Xiao Yan had entered the Xiao clan had involved brothers killing each other. The so-called same origin was extremely heartless. Apart from the authority in their hands, these people did not have any compassion. In particular, the matter of Bai Hua had caused Xiao Yan's heart to turn completely cold. If not for Xiao Xian, it was likely that he would have left the Xiao clan long ago. However, although Xiao Jinghong had dealt with the matter of Xiao Huan strictly, it had to be said that he had saved Xiao Huan's life at the most critical moment. Under such circumstances, Xiao Jinghong was already aware of Xiao Yan's identity as a rank 7 alchemist. However, he still intervened for a person who did not harm him. This kind of benevolence and righteousness moved Xiao Yan. A clan should be united and united. However, from what Xiao Yan had seen in the past, it was completely heartless. Only today was he able to feel the hot blood of the clan. This also proved that the Xiao clan was not impossible to change. Chapter 1451. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Xiao Yan had refined the Tier 7 medicinal pill, the Zone Transformation Pill. After resting for a while, Xiao Yan had not only recovered all of the exhaustion that he had suffered during these 3 months of pill refinement, but his aura had also become denser. His condition was basically at its peak at all times. Powerful Genesis Chi flowed like torrents within the veins of his body, causing Xiao Yan's entire body to emit a comfortable feeling. A cool breeze blew across the clear blue sky with only a few drifting clouds. The warm sunlight sprinkled down from the sky and landed on people's bodies, bringing a warm and comfortable feeling. Coupled with the cool and refreshing breeze, it could be said that it was a great blessing in life to be able to stroll in such an environment. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly walked along the tree-lined path. He did not pay too much attention to the scorching gazes that were directed at him from all directions. This kind of gaze had been following Xiao Yan ever since he had refined the Zone Transformation Pill. Although it contained various meanings, Xiao Yan was unconcerned. If he had been young, he might have felt a little resentful because of this kind of gaze. However, Xiao Yan, who had experienced an innumerable amount of things and had seen all sorts of unfathomable things in the world, had already experienced too many of such things. With his current mental state, it was difficult for him to be affected. Xiao Yan's eyes indifferently glanced over the gazes that the members of the Xiao clan shot over. He involuntarily shook his head helplessly. His footsteps changed without anyone noticing. In the next instant, his body strangely disappeared from this street. By the time the surrounding people recovered, a lush mountain forest had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The back mountain of the Xiao clan. The lush greenery extended to the end of one's sight like a boundless sea of green. As one stood in the middle, wind whistled and the sea of trees swayed. Giant 100-feet-tall waves swept over from afar like a tsunami, a spectacular sight that left one speechless. Xiao Yan stood in the sky above the sea of trees. He eyed a certain direction in the mountain forest. First Elder Xiao Zhen was there. Although Xiao Yan had yet to see the latter, with his current spiritual strength, he was able to sense that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. Immediately, Xiao Yan did not dare to slight him as he respectfully bowed in that direction. After which, he twisted his body and flew to a certain spot in the mountain forest. A moment later, Xiao Yan landed on a cliff. All around him was a lush mountain forest. At the end of his sight, he could clearly see the outline of the interior of the Xiao clan. Behind him was a towering mountain. Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist and smiled with satisfaction. After which, he found a relatively flat rock and sat down. After which, he flipped his hand and a palm-sized jade token landed in his hand. It was the 8 Emperor Seal Arts that Ouyang Miao had given him back in Shuyang City. 8 Emperor Seal Arts. Hopefully, it will give me an extraordinary surprise. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the jade token in his hand. A fiery heat involuntarily rose in his heart. Although he did not know much about those skills, he was aware of their strength. The Emperor Seal Arts that was famous in the Gu clan back then was already this powerful. Now that the 8 Emperor Seal Arts that had been improved, its strength would naturally be even greater. Now that it had landed in his hands, he naturally had to properly practice it. Xiao Yan lifted the jade token in his hand. A thought passed through his mind and a thread of spiritual strength swiftly entered the jade token. His eyes were slightly shut and a thought passed through his mind. A wave of information was transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind following the insertion of his spiritual strength. Xiao Yan carefully studied the information within the jade token. A long while later, he finally slowly opened his eyes. A glint immediately flashed across his dark black eyes. The joy in his heart became even denser. This 8 Emperor Seal Arts was definitely an improved version of the Emperor Seal Arts. This was especially the case for the last 3 seals, the Mountain River Seal, Qiankuan Seal, and Sky Seal. The strength of these seals could not be said to be just a little bit stronger. Just a simple seal had a strength comparable to a man class, spirit class, and E-class Do skill. If one were to think through the seals and merge the 8 seals into one, their strength would be comparable to the legendary Xing class Do skill. The 8 Emperor Seal Arts could not be said to be weak. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to rejoice the most was that the prerequisite to practicing the last 3 seals was to use the first 5 seals as a foundation. Fortunately, even though the practice method of the first 5 seals had been changed, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to master them within a short period of time given his own familiarity with the Emperor Seal Arts. As for the last 3 seals, as a high-class Do skill, one needed to grasp its essence in order to be able to unleash its true strength. Xiao Yan was completely confident about this point. From a certain point of view, the birth of the 8 Emperor Seal Arts could be considered a derivative of the Emperor Seal Arts. Everything in the world sought its foundation. Xiao Yan had even mastered the Emperor Seal Arts. It was naturally not difficult for him to practice the last 3 seals of the 8 Emperor Seal Arts. After a long time, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and put away the jade scroll. He slowly exhaled and closed his eyes again. With a thought, information slowly flowed into his heart. Xiao Yan lifted his hands and his 10 fingers moved together, forming a series of seals at his fingertips. A familiar yet slightly different Emperor Seal Art was activated by Xiao Yan. At the same time, Genesis Chi undulations that were even more powerful than before swiftly gathered between his hands. Open Mountain Seal. Overturning Sea Seal. Earth Overturning Seal. Sky Submerging Seal. Ancient Emperor Seal. Xiao Yan roared in his heart as the 5 seals merged into one. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly opened as boundless Genesis Chi condensed into a mysterious hand seal in his palms. At the same time, an intense light surged as his hands suddenly pushed forward. With a loud boom, they shattered the space in front of him and slammed into a boulder in the forest below. Boom! A heavy explosion abruptly sounded, causing the forest to collapse as a flock of startled birds flew into the sky. However, Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about this at this moment. His gaze landed on the spot where the hand seal had landed as joy flowed out in his eyes. Disregarding everything else, just the 5 seals that had been roughly formed were far more powerful than the Emperor Seal Art of the past. This level was already not inferior to an ordinary human tier Do skill. If the last 3 seals of the 8 Emperor Seal Arts were added, one could easily imagine how powerful they would be. Xiao Yan softly chuckled. He withdrew his gaze and raised his hands once again, forming a series of chaotic and strange hand seals in front of him. Wave after wave of ferocious energy gathered once again. Although the path of cultivation was about progressing step by step, it was naturally best to strike while the iron was hot since it was a Do skill. This was especially so since the clan gathering was approaching. It was always good to have an additional trump card. While Xiao Yan was immersed in his training of the 8 Emperor Seal Arts, the strange medicinal pill that had merged the medicinal powers of the 2 pills in his storage ring was undergoing a strange fusion at this moment. A completely new power was stealthily gathering within the pill. Chapter 1452. The Back Mountain of the Xiao Clan. Lush green trees covered the vast mountain forest like an ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see. Somewhere deep in the mountains, on top of a cliff, the black-robed young man sat upright on top of a huge rock. His face was calm as he raised both of his hands to his chest. His 10 fingers linked together, and many mysterious seals flew out. After a short while, the young man suddenly pushed both of his hands forward, and an explosive shout came from his mouth. 8 Arts of the Emperor Seal, Mountain River Seal. As his shout faded, the powerful palm imprint, wrapped in powerful Genesis chi, dashed towards the space in front of it. When it reached a distance of several dozen feet, the palm imprint that had broken through space suddenly exploded with a thought from the young man, releasing an astonishing amount of energy that swept away the surrounding forest, creating a huge empty space below. Soil was sent flying as trees were uprooted. Just the aftershocks were already so powerful. Just how earth-shattering would it be if the young man used his full strength? Xiao Yan's face finally revealed a satisfied expression as he looked at the large empty space in the mountain forest below that had been swept away. After a couple of days of training, he had finally completely mastered the Mountain River Seal, the last third seal of the 8 seals of the God Seal. He had only used 30% of his strength, yet he was able to obtain such an effect. It could be considered quite good. Xiao Yan retracted his hand and exhaled. He didn't rush to continue training. Instead, he stood up and looked towards the Xiao clan as he prepared to leave. After several days of repeated training, the Mountain River Seal had achieved remarkable results. The coordination between Genesis Chi and the Hand Seal had reached the peak, and it would be extremely difficult for him to make another breakthrough. As for the other 2 seals, Xiao Yan didn't intend to practice them before he fully digested and familiarized himself with the Mountain River Seal. After all, he couldn't rush for results. His efforts during this period of time might produce miraculous results, but if he blindly fought without moderation, things would only move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. He pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and flew in the direction he came from. However, it was at this moment that, bzz, the storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger suddenly vibrated violently as a powerful force erupted from within. The storage ring showed signs of exploding. This sudden unexpected change caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to change drastically. A thought passed through his mind only to discover that the storage ring was no longer under his control. Only then did he hurriedly maneuver his spiritual strength and extend it into it. After a quick search, he took out a shattered jade box. This is, the expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately stiffened when he saw the jade box in front of him. This jade box was surprisingly the jade box that contained the merged medicinal pill. The current riot was caused by this box. The moment Xiao Yan opened the jade box, a shocking energy appeared to have broken through its final restraint as it suddenly swept out from within. Xiao Yan was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was forced back 1,000 feet by this shocking energy. Only then did he stabilize his body with a solemn expression. After which, he immediately raised his head and looked at the spot where the energy had swept out. Ha! When Xiao Yan raised his head, a shockingly black fog-like energy ripple once again swept over. The originally lush green mountain forest was swiftly covered by a layer of dark black color wherever it passed. Large patches of trees swiftly turned dark black. Immediately, they shattered like charcoal. Even some of the trees that were a little further away gradually turned yellow until they turned into withered trees. Shock immediately surged into Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw this scene. His expression changed and a heavenly flame suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. It incinerated the black fog that was pouncing over into nothingness. Soon after, the black fog scattered and revealed the thing within it. Only then did Xiao Yan clearly see that the thing that was exposed in the air at this very moment was none other than Bai Hua. Bai Hua. You are still alive. When he saw Bai Hua, Xiao Yan's face was initially filled with joy. However, he quickly frowned and the expression on his face changed. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly stopped. The grave expression on his face did not decrease but instead increased. His entire heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, Bai Hua still looked the same as before. However, her white clothes were pitch black. Other than a pair of eyes that showed a strange white color, there was not a trace of white on her body. Even her demeanor and aura were like 2 different people. When he sensed this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but thump. In an instant, he seemed to have understood something. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Bai Hua, who was in the sky above the mountain forest. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Even the movements of his hands had involuntarily froze. At this very moment, Bai Hua was just like a monster that had taken over his body. Other than this seemingly familiar body, everything within it, regardless of soul or aura, no longer belonged to Bai Hua. The person in front of him was a monster that Xiao Yan was most familiar with. Why is it like this? After suddenly coming to a realization, Xiao Yan's face instantly turned pale. His eyes stared blankly at that body. For a moment, his mind was completely blank. He did not dare to believe and could not believe that someone who was so important to him would end up in such a state. Qi. However, compared to the current Xiao Yan, that Bai Hua did not contain a trace of emotion. If one had to say that there was any emotion, then there was only a cold killing intent. The moment the void was torn apart, Bai Hua's body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Her 5 fingers were pressed together and a strange pitch-black energy covered them. A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded out as it tore apart the void and fiercely stabbed towards Xiao Yan's throat. However, even at this moment, Xiao Yan was still absent-minded about the emotions in his heart. The appearance of the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua when they had accompanied him, the emotions and hot-bloodedness at that time, the deep friendship of the past slowly surfaced in his heart. At the same time, he could only allow the ruthless hand to fiercely stab towards him. Qi. Almost at the same time, when the palm was still a couple of inches away from Xiao Yan's throat, a golden-colored barrier appeared in front of Xiao Yan out of nowhere. The ferociously piercing palm also suddenly paused at this moment. Bai Hua's body was startled as she stood in the empty air. The tip of her palm was less than an inch away from the golden-colored barrier. After which, bang! The barrier was ruthlessly pierced through by the pitch-black hand. Xiao Yan, who was behind it, was also gently pushed back by a hand at this moment. At the same time, the other hand landed on Bai Hua's chest. The force in the palm slightly exploded and forced her back. Under the sunlight, a handsome face was revealed. It was Xiao Xian. Chapter 1453. What's going on? Xiao Xian furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at Bai Hua, whose temperament had changed drastically. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was at a loss, and could not help but ask. I don't know. Bai Hua. He. Xiao Yan replied in a daze. In the next instant, he seemed to have recalled something and abruptly returned to his senses. When he lifted his head, he saw Bai Hua twisting its body once again. As it roared furiously, a surge of pitch-black energy crazily surged out from its body. An extremely powerful force also immediately erupted. Bai Hua. Xiao Yan, who had recovered, saw this manner of Bai Hua. At the same time that his heart was anxious, his mouth also hurriedly cried out, hoping that he could use this to help her recover her consciousness. Unfortunately, the latter was no longer the original Bai Hua with the exception of this body. The current her was merely a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. This explosive cry of Xiao Yan not only did not cause her to calm down, it had instead angered the monster that was hidden within this body. Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar sounded. The body of Bai Hua shook abruptly. Her feet stepped on empty air and her body immediately turned into a dark black lightning. At the same time that she shot explosively toward Xiao Yan, a strange dark black energy suddenly agglomerated in her hands, transforming into 2 light clusters that violently shot toward the latter. Xiao Yan's expression was instantly replaced by a sullenness as he eyed the 2 enormous light clusters that shot explosively toward him. The current Bai Hua had already become a completely foreign monster. This kind of ferocious attack was even stronger than Xiao Lei's a couple of months ago. If he were to be even a little careless, he would end up in a miserable state. This also proved that the one who was currently controlling this body was the monster that had mutated from the creation pill. This point had coincidentally struck a sore spot in Xiao Yan's heart. Bang bang. While Xiao Yan was absent-minded, two muffled explosions suddenly sounded in front of him. Two invisible sword glows slashed apart the incoming black balls of light. Xiao Xian's somewhat stern low shout was also transmitted over. "What are you doing? Even if you want to wake Bai Hua up, the first thing you should do is to control it and not allow it to continue wreaking havoc. If something happens, neither you nor I will be able to save it." Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Only then did he completely recover. He raised his head and looked over, only to see Xiao Xian's hands swiftly changing seals. A thought immediately passed through his heart. His gaze quickly landed on Bai Hua. He hesitated for a moment before violently clenching his teeth. A fury suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. Both of his hands involuntarily clenched tightly. "Fine. Since I can't wake you, I'll wake you." Xiao Yan's grave expression immediately turned cold the moment his words sounded. His body shook violently as surging Genesis Qi immediately surged out from within his body. The footsteps of his feet changed as he used the absolute sky steps in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, his body strangely appeared beside Bai Hua. Bang! His fist viciously swung down. However, it was caught by a strange pitch-black hand just as it was about to land on Bai Hua. What? Xiao Yan's eyes abruptly widened when his attack was blocked. When he lifted his head, he saw a sinister smile on the monster's face. It seemed to be rather pleased with itself as a punch suddenly came crashing down. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that his fist was tightly grabbed, there was no way to dodge. Even with Xiao Yan's abilities, there was nothing he could do. Xiao Yan's breathing turned a little sluggish as he stared at the pitch-black fist that was rapidly growing in his eyes. An aura of imminent death lingered in his heart. Clang! A split second later, the monster's fist was intercepted once again. The monster's expression froze for a moment. Its eerily white eyes swept around, only to find a golden-purple puppet that had blocked the punch with its steel body. This puppet was none other than the North King. This was the only method Xiao Yan could think of in this moment of desperation. However, roar! The monster opened its mouth, and a black pillar of light immediately shot out. With a single attack, the North King's body was instantly sent flying. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Huan was unable to force back the North King with his full strength. Yet, in front of the monstrous Bai Hua, it had been sent flying with a single attack. Such power was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had also managed to escape from the monster's grasp in this short period of time. As he stared at the North King that had been sent flying, a grave expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's face once again. The power that Bai Hua had unleashed was far more terrifying than he had imagined. To be able to send the North King flying with a single attack, such strength was likely at least at the level of a 6-star origin sect. On the other side, Xiao Xian was still condensing the formation in his hand. It seemed that he still needed some time. With a thought, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. The North King, who had been sent flying, once again shot over. It stood in the air and stared at the monster with Xiao Yan. As he recalled the previous scene, Xiao Yan clearly understood that with his current strength, he clearly had no chance of victory against the monster in front of him. He could only hope that the North King's presence could stall for time until Xiao Yan finished condensing the formation. Roar, however, this time, the monster seemed to have understood Xiao Yan's current actions. A trace of craftiness appeared in its eerily white eyes as it faced Xiao Yan and the North King, who were gradually encircling it. As the two cautiously advanced, it slowly retreated. Immediately after, under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, it suddenly turned around and swiftly charged into the forest. From the looks of it, it was planning to escape. Damn it! Don't even think about escaping. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became anxious in the face of this sudden scene. The Genesis Qi in his body swiftly circulated as he gave chase. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking muffled explosion was suddenly emitted from the mountain forest. Soon after, Bai Hua, who had just turned around and fled, was instantly blasted into the sky by a powerful force. Boom! A human figure suddenly appeared in the sky. after which, he randomly stomped his foot down. The monster's body appeared to have suffered a serious injury as it crashed to the ground. It was smashed deep into the soil. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly saw the face of the person who had attacked. Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Yan roared. He never imagined that Xiao Dingtian would suddenly appear. Once Bai Hua fell into his hands, there would be no hope of saving her. This old man is carrying out his duty to eliminate all internal and external troubles in the clan. This beast is wild and difficult to tame, so it's better not to have it. Since little friend Xiao Yan can't deal with it, let this old man do it for you. The corner of Xiao Dingtian's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile as he eyed Xiao Yan, who was rushing over. When the latter heard these words, the fury in his heart could not be any greater. Immediately, he could not resist roaring out. You dare! As his voice faded, Xiao Dingtian pressed two fingers together and viciously swung them downwards. A beam of light shot out and instantly pierced Bai Hua's heart. Chapter 1454. When Xiao Dingtian's attack landed, Xiao Yan's charging body in the sky suddenly paused. Soon after, a wild killing intent suddenly surfaced on his pale white face. The moment he raised his head, his originally dark black eyes were actually completely filled with a scarlet color. His body trembled intensely as a somewhat hoarse roar was emitted from his throat. His body used all his strength to surge out of his body. At the same time that his body abruptly shot forward, he suddenly clenched his hand. A fierce, intense flame began to burn on the heavy Xian ruler almost at the same time that it had appeared. Oh! Angry? However, Xiao Dingtian merely sneered at the sight of Xiao Yan's crazed appearance. His eyes flickered faintly as he slowly raised two fingers and gently tapped at the empty space to the side. At practically the same instant Xiao Dingtian's fingers landed, the originally empty space abruptly began to distort as raging flames rose into the air. Next, a giant ruler blazing with heavenly flames appeared along with Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian's seemingly ordinary finger casually sliced open space and landed on the giant ruler's blade. Bzz. A frightening wind ripple immediately surged out when the two collided. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. Just as he was about to pull his body back, Xiao Dingtian flipped his hand and struck the body of the huge ruler. With just one strike, the heavy Xian ruler in the latter's hand was shaken until it left his hand. Humph! As the giant ruler left his hand, a force was transmitted from Xiao Yan's palm. A muffled groan was immediately emitted from Xiao Yan's throat as the tip of his foot pushed off the air. His figure rapidly retreated while the Genesis Chi in his body frantically circulated, forcefully suppressing the force that had forced its way into his body. Even so, when he stabilized his body, he shot a glance at his right hand that was holding the giant ruler. A stream of blood was rapidly flowing down his wrist, dyeing his entire hand red in the blink of an eye. Under Xiao Yan's fury, he was still able to use a simple attack to force Xiao Dingtian back and even injure Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Dingtian's cultivation was indeed frightening. Even so, the rage in Xiao Yan's heart was difficult to extinguish when he saw Bai Hua being killed by the person before him. A few seconds later, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head as he forcefully clenched his right hand. As he opened it again, a suction force surged from his palm and the heavy Xian ruler that had been sent flying once again returned to his hand. With a violent shake, raging flames once again covered it. Humph, stubborn fool. Xiao Dingtian let out a faint cold snort when he saw Xiao Yan act in this manner. He immediately took a step forward. The moment his foot landed in the empty air, a powerful pressure suddenly shot forward. It carried a blade-like force as it pressed toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Dingtian's disdain for using his aura to pressure others into submission was truly undisguised. In the next moment, when the pressure broke through the air, Xiao Yan's figure actually disappeared from the sky without any warning. Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised at the sight of this. When he regained his senses, a figure had strangely appeared in the sky above his head. Behind the figure, a pitch-black tent had condensed. So that's how it is. Xiao Dingtian only smiled faintly when he saw this scene. With a wave of his hand, a turbulent energy swept out like a tidal wave, instantly sending the enormous ruler that was descending from above flying. Xiao Yan was once again sent flying. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to struggle and step forward again, the latter's somewhat low and deep voice was slowly spat out. Enough. This old man has repeatedly endured because you have some talent. If I were to truly make a move, you don't even have the qualifications to be this old man's opponent. Then I still want to fight. Xiao Yan roared. Not only did the killing intent in his eyes not diminish, it became even denser. You actually don't even want your own life for a bastard? Xiao Dingtian lifted his eyelids and said indifferently. As these words fell, Xiao Yan's pale face instantly became gloomy. A long while later, he clenched his teeth tightly and said one word at a time. To me, the Xiao clan can be replaced, but he can't. Xiao Yan, how dare you? Xiao Dingtian's face suddenly turned gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible energy suddenly swept out and ruthlessly blasted towards Xiao Yan. In his eyes, he didn't care even if the sky collapsed and the earth sank. Only the Xiao clan was not to be trampled on. However, Xiao Yan's words had touched his reverse scale. But how could he have known that his casual words earlier weren't Xiao Yan's reverse scale? Buzz. Just as the invisible force was about to land on Xiao Yan's body, a golden-colored formation barrier suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan, intending to block Xiao Dingtian's attack. Xiao Xian. You dare to stop this old man? Xiao Dingtian glanced at Xiao Xian, who was standing on top of a giant tree, from the corner of his eyes and said in a deep voice. Elder, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Moreover, Xiao Yan is just a junior who speaks without thinking. There is no need to take it seriously. Xiao Xian tried his best to maintain the operation of the array as he said in a deep voice. How dare you insult the Xiao clan? I will not spare you, no matter who you are. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Dingtian's hand and nose after his voice sounded. A bang was heard as he advanced. The golden-colored formation barrier that was agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. The still surging invisible force violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's body. Qi. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan was preparing to use all his strength to face the invisible wind in front of him when a soul-stirring white-colored light pillar suddenly broke through the empty air and shot to the sky. At this instant, the wind that was about to smash onto Xiao Yan's body was actually forcefully scattered by this powerful energy. Oh. Xiao Dingtian frowned. Xiao Yan also looked down with a surprised face. The expressions of the two changed one after another. The former's old face was filled with an expression of disbelief. As for Xiao Yan, an excited expression finally involuntarily surged onto his pale face. His pair of scarlet eyes were currently filled with some mist. A snow-white figure slowly stood up from within an enormous pit on the ground. The blackness that covered his body quietly withdrew. A pair of dark black eyes were gradually covered by a dense white color at this moment. His cold face revealed a loss. When he raised his head, he saw Xiao Yan standing in the empty space at this moment. Ugh, opening his mouth slightly, the young man was unable to speak for a moment. After a long while, he completely adapted to it. Only then did the thoughts in his mind become completely clear. Xiao Yan. Bai Hua. At this moment, the white-clothed figure that appeared in the mountain forest was undoubtedly Bai Hua. Unlike the beast-like soul from before, this pair of eyes was still filled with the familiar expression of the past. At this moment, Xiao Yan understood in his heart that the real Bai Hua had returned. Their gazes met, and a surge of emotions immediately surged into their hearts. Without caring about anything else, Xiao Yan directly ignored Xiao Dingtian's gloomy gaze and suppressed the pain brought about by the injuries in his body. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the latter in the blink of an eye. The two men hugged each other with deep emotions. Chapter 1455. At the back mountain of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan and Bai Hua were hugging each other on the ground that was in ruins. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with joy after surviving a calamity. No one could believe or understand that Bai Hua, who had her heart pierced by Xiao Dingtian, would actually recover. Moreover, from her appearance, it was obvious that she was fine. In fact, her condition was even better than before. This, Xiao Dingtian frowned as he stared at Bai Hua. When he saw the black color gradually receding from the corner of her clothes, he sensed the unique aura that was different from before. After making some connections, he seemed to have understood something. The snow-white Bai Hua in front of him was perhaps the result of his heart-piercing finger. With Bai Hua's previous beast-like state, if there was no external suppression, it was impossible for her to change at all. Furthermore, after his 2 consecutive attacks, the black aura that lingered around her body did not dissipate. It was only when his life-reaping finger landed that such an outcome occurred. How did it turn out like this? Xiao Dingtian could not help but frown when he thought of this. He did not expect that not only did his attack not suppress Xiao Yan's heart, it actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise. It was simply a futile effort. As this thought flew in his mind, the expression on Xiao Dingtian's old face was really ugly. Just as his mood was getting more and more depressed, an aged laughter suddenly resounded in this world. Since you have caused enough trouble, please return. The back mountain of the Xiao clan is not a place where you can fight. If you really can't stand it, then go to the martial arena. The person who spoke was the first elder, Xiao Zhen. Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian's old face revealed a rare expression of fear. In the entire clan, he was not even afraid of the clan leader. However, he did not have much of a temper when facing the first elder. Cupping his hands together towards the depths of the mountain forest, Xiao Dingtian unwillingly glared at Xiao Yan before turning around and disappearing from this world in the blink of an eye. A relaxed expression finally surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale face as he watched Xiao Dingtian leave. His body swayed slightly and Bai Hua by the side hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Only then did the latter hurriedly take out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and consume it. The medicinal pill turned into a gentle medicinal strength in the blink of an eye as it entered his body, swiftly nourishing his nearly dried-up meridians. As the Genesis Qi spread, Xiao Yan's pale face gradually began to turn for the better. Thank you, First Elder, for helping us out. Xiao Xian cupped his fists together towards the depths of the mountain forest and respectfully said. Hee, it's a small matter. However, all of you must not be careless when you return. Xiao Dingtian still has some grievances towards all of you. Before the clan gathering begins, try not to get involved with him. Although Xiao Jinghong has reconciled with all of you, given Xiao Dingtian's connections in the clan, he is not someone you can easily deal with. Although I am the first elder, it is not appropriate for me to participate too much. However, I wish all of you safe and sound. Xiao Yan and the others respectfully bowed after his words sounded. After which, they withdrew from the back mountain and returned to the mansion. After the group returned to the manor, Xiao Yan rested for a moment before immediately checking the condition of Bai Hua's body. However, after a round of inspection, he found that everything was normal. Only then did the former truly relax. Xiao Yan was naturally overjoyed to see that Bai Hua had suddenly recovered. However, even at this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart when he recalled Bai Hua's sinister appearance from before. This made Xiao Yan overjoyed in his heart, but he could not help but worry about the condition of Bai Hua's body. Fortunately, the results of his inspection had finally removed all of the worries in his heart. However, while Xiao Yan was carefully investigating Bai Hua, he suddenly realized that the latter's pair of eyes had strangely displayed a white and black state. With regards to this, Bai Hua was unable to find the reason. Naturally, Xiao Yan was also unable to find the answer. In his helplessness, he could only give up. Rather than worrying without any results, it was better to focus on what was ahead. Currently, there was only 1.5 months left until the clan gathering. In such a short period of time, it was obvious that the cultivation of everyone present would not be able to make any more breakthroughs. Currently, the only person they could look forward to was Lian, who was in closed-door cultivation. Time flew by. Ever since Xiao Yan left the mountain behind the Xiao clan and returned to the manor, the following days had become much more leisurely. However, the atmosphere within the Xiao clan had gradually become tense. Everyone could faintly sense that an undercurrent was quietly gathering. The day when the clan gathering began would be the day when this force would completely erupt. Some of the sharper individuals were able to sense that this clan gathering was likely different from the previous ones. Once this storm began, its intensity would likely be several times more violent than any of the previous ones. Under this enormous pressure, many of the younger generation in the Shao clan miraculously made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Shao Tian was naturally the leader among them. After consuming the zone transformation pill that Shao Yan had refined, his cultivation not only made a breakthrough, but also reached the peak of the advanced one-star origin zone stage. His foundation could be said to be extraordinary. If his luck was not bad, it was likely that he would be able to break through to the 2-star origin zone stage after this clan gathering. At the same time, while countless members of the Shao clan were secretly competing, Shao Yan heard that some of the members of the Shao clan, who were like Shao Lei and Shao Zhuobin, had also returned to the clan. Although some of them had already participated in the previous clan gatherings and did not have the qualifications to participate again, they still returned to the clan with a curious attitude. Some of them had even directly targeted Shao Yan, causing Shao Yan to feel flattered for a time. Shao Yan was currently standing outside a secret room in the manor. Inside was Lian who had been in seclusion for several months. With the isolation of the secret room, Shao Yan was unable to probe the exact situation inside. However, he could sense that there was an extremely powerful energy continuously gathering inside, waiting for the day of dawn. It was likely that it would cause one to be shocked. There are still 3 days left. If this girl does not come out, I'm afraid that she will not be able to participate in the clan gathering. Shao Yan frowned slightly as he stared at the door of the secret room that was still tightly shut. His voice was somewhat anxious as he spoke. Believe in her. Since she has said that she will participate in the clan gathering, she will definitely come out in time. Behind him, Bai Hua slowly walked over and laughed softly. There was an exceptionally confident expression in her eyes. Shrugging his shoulders, Shao Yan could only secretly hope in his heart. Just as he was about to turn around, Bai Hua suddenly extended her hand and handed over a crystal-clear jade bottle. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Before Shao Yan could speak, a soft laughter was heard. Here, the pill formula for the creation pill. Chapter 1456. Once Bai Hua's words left her mouth, Shao Yan's expression instantly froze. His gaze blankly stared at the jade bottle in front of him. For a moment, he was actually somewhat speechless. How did the pill formula of the nature pill suddenly appear in Bai Hua's hands? With regards to this, Bai Hua could only copy Shao Yan's manner and shrug her shoulders. She innocently said, I also don't know. It's just that ever since I merged with that fellow, the information of the nature pill naturally appeared in my mind. Bai Hua gently shook the jade bottle in her hand as she spoke, indicating for Shao Yan to receive it. Only then did Shao Yan purse his mouth and smile. He did not exchange any pleasantries as he received it. However, when he opened the jade bottle to take a look, the thing that was inside was not some medicinal pill. Instead, it was a drop of bright red blood. This blood was the essence blood in Bai Hua's body. With this item in hand, as long as Shao Yan completely absorbed the information within this drop of essence blood, he would be able to obtain the most complete and detailed pill formula of the nature pill. It was truly perfect. Tightly holding the jade bottle in his hand, Shao Yan's heart could not help but feel slightly warm. He opened his mouth to say something, but Bai Hua's hand lightly patted his shoulder. She smiled and said, All right, I know what you want to say. There's no need to say anything. I know that this item is extremely important to you. However, in comparison, you are more important to me. Hearing Bai Hua's words, Shao Yan's expression instantly froze. The former immediately continued to urge him, All right, quickly go and digest this pill formula. I'll take care of things here, there's no need to worry. Hearing this, the latter hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding his head. After instructing Bai Hua, he took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Within the courtyard, Bai Hua watched Shao Yan's departing figure. Suddenly, she could not help but violently cough for a while. Within her pair of pale eyes, specks of strange black light actually surfaced. A moment later, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the bed within the bedroom. He once again opened the jade bottle and poured out the drop of bright red fresh blood within it. After which, he tossed it into the air. Immediately, a rich pill fragrance involuntarily spread. Huff, deeply exhaling a breath of air, Xiao Yan slowly calmed the agitated emotions in his heart. He extended 2 fingers and transformed them into a sword. With a thought, spiritual strength immediately gushed out from between his eyebrows and covered the tip of his finger. Subsequently, his finger landed heavily on the surface of the drop of blood. Buzz! A wave of surging medicinal strength immediately swept out from within it. Xiao Yan ignored the impact of the strength as he poured his spiritual strength into it. His descending finger slowly entered it. A drop of fresh blood the size of a thumb turned into a thin layer that gradually covered the surface of his finger. Following the continuous pouring of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, an extremely mysterious information from within this drop of blood was slowly transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind. What was gradually pieced together was surprisingly a complete pill formula. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength continued to pour in. The pill formula for an 8th level creation pill. Buzz! While Xiao Yan was slowly absorbing the information of the pill formula that was contained within the drop of fresh blood, a powerful energy aura suddenly swept through the secret room that had been tightly shut for a couple of months in the courtyard where Bai Hua was located. The surging energy forcefully broke the door of the secret room. Bai Hua, who was seated cross-legged in the courtyard, suddenly opened her eyes at this moment. Somewhere in the courtyard, Xiao Xian's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the roof. Looking in the direction where the energy aura swept out, a look of surprise involuntarily surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. TSK, she has actually broken through to Origin Emperor. It is indeed faster than I expected. With the support of dozens of high-grade spiritual stones, in addition to Lien Er's extraordinary talent and physique, Xiao Xian had predicted that it would be extremely good for her to break through to the peak of Origin King within 3 months. After all, there was still a barrier between Origin King and Origin Emperor. It was clearly not easy to break through. However, he had still underestimated this girl. She had actually broken through from a 5-star Origin King to Origin Emperor in 3 months. Such a frightening cultivation speed was likely unheard of in the entire continent. However, it was also at this moment that, roar! A hoarse roar suddenly rang out. Standing on the roof, Xiao Xian's expression instantly changed. He clearly remembered that voice. Bai Hua, did something happen again? Xiao Xian frowned. He did not have time to inform Xiao Yan. With a leap, he swiftly chased after Bai Hua. At this moment, Lien Er was there. If he went to inform Xiao Yan first, the consequences would be unimaginable if he was late. At the same time, in the courtyard, Lien Er, who had just come out of seclusion, looked at Bai Hua in disbelief. Bai Hua had suddenly come back to life, but her appearance had changed greatly. Her spirit eyes could not help but reveal a look of fear. It would be fine if the person in front of her was merely an unfamiliar monster. However, it just had to be the dead Bai Hua. Coupled with her current ferocious and terrifying appearance, even if the other party was really a wild beast, Lien Er was still unable to make the decision to attack. Compared to the current girl, Bai Hua, whose clothes were intertwined with black and white, had a crazy appearance. She was silent on the spot for a moment before suddenly charging towards Lien Er. Bastard! You still refuse to change and actually dare to do it again. It was also at this moment that Xiao Xuanwei's majestic voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the courtyard. A cool breeze gathered in the invisible space and sword aura intertwined. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a dozen invisible swords. With a thought from Xiao Xian, the dozen swords shot out. They were like wooden stakes that were nailed around Bai Hua, forming a circle. As the sword aura crisscrossed, they were able to temporarily stop her. Lien Er, go find Xiao Yan. Leave this place to me. Xiao Xian's fingers moved as he stared intently at Bai Hua, who was in the middle of the sword formation, and gently shouted at Lien Er. But what about Bai Hua? Lian looked anxiously at the person in front of her. Although this girl was terrified of Bai Hua, she could not bear to see her get hurt. No matter what, Bai Hua was their companion. I will suppress her. Nothing will happen. Quickly go find Xiao Yan. As soon as Xiao Xian's voice fell, he willed, and an invisible sword instantly condensed in front of Lian. It broke through the void and shot towards the courtyard where Xiao Yan was. After hesitating for a moment, the latter gritted her teeth and quickly followed. How can this be? Xiao Dingtian's finger should have completely subdued her. Why did she commit the same mistake again? Seeing Bai Hua, who was becoming more and more ferocious in the sword formation, Xiao Xian's face was rather ugly. Just as he was pondering in his heart, he heard a few sharp ripping sounds. The sword formation in the courtyard below was actually torn apart by Bai Hua. Immediately after, her eyes turned and a pair of grayish-white eyes landed on him. Chapter 1457. Bang! On the ground, when Bai Hua's body rushed into the air, the array in Xiao Xian's hand condensed. Golden light flourished and temporarily blocked Bai Hua. Roar! Bai Hua's body shook as grayish-white energy gushed out of her body. Her body flashed as she bombarded the array with a few palm strikes. In just a few breaths' time, the array was on the verge of shattering. Xiao Xian's expression was calm. As he raised his hand, a hurricane stirred within the array and sword chi overflowed. Coupled with the narrow space, the incomparably sharp sword chi gradually dissolved the grayish-white energy around Bai Hua's body. The tip of the sword spun rapidly, making it impossible for Bai Hua to rush out of the array in a short period of time. Although the monster before him was still as crazy as before, it was undoubtedly much weaker than it was a month ago. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Dingtian making a move, but at this moment, Xiao Xian felt much less pressure when facing the latter again, and his chances of victory had increased by a lot. After temporarily stopping Bai Hua, Xiao Xian couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Yan. The process there seemed to have yet to end. On the bed in the room, Xiao Yan was still immersed in the pill formula of the Nature Fortune pill. After going through the details of the pill several times in his mind, Xiao Yan reluctantly withdrew from his cultivation state. A glint involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes the moment he opened them. The corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. This creation pill was indeed worthy of being a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Its effects were as described in the rumors. It was even more accurate and detailed. With this medicinal formula in hand, he would no longer need to worry when he broke through to the Yuan Zun class in the future. Phew, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief the moment he thought of this. He withdrew his thoughts and arranged them a little. After which, he stood up and walked out of the room. However, the moment he pushed open the door, he saw a lovely and pretty person standing at the door with her back facing him. Xiao Yan was immediately startled. He immediately smiled and teased, "What are you waiting for? Why, you're finally willing to come out. I thought you weren't going to attend the clan meeting." Hearing the voice, Lian hurriedly turned around and looked at Xiao Yan, who had finally stepped out of the room. She could not help but anxiously ask, "Not good, Bai Hua, something happened to him?" Xiao Yan's smile had just faded when he saw the expression on the girl's face suddenly freeze. In his heart, he immediately understood what this girl was referring to. In the next moment, before Lian could react, his body transformed into a blurry black shadow and charged out with lightning-like speed. Behind him, Lian was slightly startled on the spot before she hurriedly followed. Soon after, Xiao Yan hurriedly rushed to the courtyard where Bai Hua and Xiao Xian were located. At this moment, this place had already been sealed by an enormous formation. Everything within was hidden within it. Fortunately, this matter did not cause too much of an impact. Hence, it did not attract the attention of the other members of the Xiao clan. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiao Dingtian would have done something else before the clan gathering arrived. Within the array, Xiao Xian seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's arrival. With a thought, the array separated, and Xiao Yan's figure quickly entered it. In an instant, the entire courtyard was destroyed. The entire ground was lifted up layer by layer, and countless traces of explosions and sword aura were left on it. It was a ghastly sight. At this very moment, Bai Hua was finally temporarily restrained by Xiao Xian's various methods. Dozens of invisible swords intertwined together, forming a huge sword cluster that sealed Bai Hua within. Outside it, there was a powerful pressure formed by the great way of wind. With the protection of the two, Bai Hua was trapped. What's going on? That day, I clearly checked the situation within his body, and there was nothing wrong. Why is it that today, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown as he looked at Bai Hua, who was still frantically struggling under the encirclement of countless swords. His face revealed a grave expression. It wasn't a good thing to repeat like this. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Xian helplessly shook his head. His gaze focused on Bai Hua, who was once again subdued by the sword array. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as you and I think. I've already probed once before, and the result is different from what you've probed previously. Instead, there are two soul origins within his body. Right now, they are devouring each other in order to fight over this body. Two soul origins? Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened the moment these words were uttered. Putting it this way, it meant that the spirit of the beast had yet to scatter. Instead, it had used some kind of opportunity to hide within Bai Hua's body. Only now did it suddenly retaliate. Xiao Yan's heart only relaxed slightly after he understood this point. However, he still didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The fight between spiritual sources would directly affect whether Bai Hua was still someone they were familiar with in the future. Once that bastard gained the upper hand, it was likely that they could only stop and choose to kill it. Then what should we do? Could it be that we can only watch and do nothing? At this moment, Lian also entered the array. Looking at Bai Hua, who was bitterly struggling in the sword array, the girl's gentle eyes couldn't help but become misty. The emotions in her heart were somewhat difficult to suppress. Bai Hua had single-handedly raised the girl over the years. The relationship between the two was as close as father and daughter. Now that Bai Hua had become like this, how could she accept it? No, there's still a way. Taking in a deep breath, Xiao Yan said in a serious voice, Rank 5 Yun Spirit Pill. As far as I know, this kind of pill has the effect of fusing with soul origins. As long as it is refined, it shouldn't be difficult to solve this problem. After speaking, Xiao Yan turned around and was about to leave. But the clan meeting, the girl hesitated for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth and said. She knew that Xiao Yan had been waiting for this day of the clan gathering for a long time. However, the time had arrived and such a thing had happened to Bai Hua. If she were to go and refine medicinal pills now, would the clan gathering not be fated with her? Silly girl, the clan meeting is just to accompany a group of strangers. It's a small matter whether I participate or not. You are the most important. Xiao Yan gently stroked the girl's hair and comforted her with a smile. Why don't we invite the third elder? It's too late. The third elder has been busy with the clan meeting recently and won't be able to return in a short period of time. As for the others, he knew Xiao Yan's character. The latter wouldn't be at ease to entrust such a big matter to someone he wasn't familiar with. Thus, this matter could only be done by him. As for the clan meeting, he could only choose to give up. Chapter 1458. In the courtyard, Xiao Xian temporarily trapped Bai Hua in one place with the help of the arrayed disc and the rank 7 array. At the same time, Xiao Yan quickly entered the secret room and began to prepare to refine the Yun Spirit Pill. The Accumulation Spirit Pill was a rank 5 pill. Although its main effect was to nourish an injured spiritual essence, it was also able to merge the spiritual essence due to its special effect. It was also because of this that this medicinal pill was quite obscure despite being a rank 5 pill. If Xiao Yan had not specially investigated various pill formulas because of Xiao Xian's matter, it was likely that he would not have known about it. In the secret room, Xiao Yan did not stop as he swiftly took out the Accumulation Spirit Pill formula from his storage ring. At the same time he opened it, his entire mind quickly gathered, as though he was afraid of missing anything. Yun Spirit Pill, Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief after a careful inspection. Although the refinement of this accumulation spirit pill was not too troublesome for the current Xiao Yan, the few core medicinal ingredients needed to refine this medicinal pill were far too rare. If Xiao Yan had not kept some of these medicinal ingredients in his storage ring during these years, it was likely that he would not have been able to find all of these medicinal ingredients even in this large Xiao clan. Xiao Yan's storage ring might not have been able to collect all of them. Without this trouble, the pressure in Xiao Yan's heart was relieved a lot. After which, he waved his hand and summoned the medicinal cauldron. As he raised his hand, a cluster of flames slowly floated out from his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, it immediately shot into the medicinal cauldron. In an instant, a raging fire burned fiercely. The flickering fire passed through the medicinal cauldron and lit up the entire secret room. Perhaps it was because Bai Hua's current condition had caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel a sense of urgency, or perhaps it was because the clan gathering was approaching, but it caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel an additional sense of urgency. The speed of the medicinal pill refinement this time around was much faster than in the past. In such a hurry, the medicinal ingredients were all destroyed during the 3 consecutive refinements. Only one set of medicinal ingredients remained. Fortunately, after 3 consecutive failures, Xiao Yan finally understood where the problem was. After a short rest, he tried his best to calm his inner emotions. At this moment, the final refining was finally on the right track. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's speed in refining the medicinal pill this time around was much faster than usual regardless of whether it was from any aspect. Even though he had already adjusted his mentality, the medicinal pill refinement process was undoubtedly extremely fast. Of course, the thing that caused people to feel surprised was that under this kind of steady and swift refinement, the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was actually swiftly formed according to Xiao Yan's rhythm. If such a beautiful scene was seen by an outsider, it was likely that they would involuntarily let out a cry of praise. As Xiao Yan entered the secret room, time passed quickly in the outside world. Time passed, and the clan gathering arrived. The entire Xiao clan was filled with enthusiasm and prosperity. Except for Xiao Yan, everyone was welcoming the arrival of this day. The next day. Xiao clan, fighting arena. As the venue for the previous clan gatherings, this year's competition was naturally no exception. Even though the fighting arena had been destroyed during the big battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei a few months ago, it was only a matter of time for them to restore the fighting arena. Rumble, a huge crack was forcefully torn open in the invisible space. 2 huge floating stone platforms were suspended in midair. It was a frightening sight. Compared to the previous clan gathering, the scale of the clan gathering was naturally much grander. As a grand occasion for the younger generation of the Xiao clan, the scale of the gathering was magnificent. Other than the fighting arena, there were 2 separate fighting arenas in the sky above the fighting arena. Even the elders' seats were set up in the sky. Although it was early in the morning, the viewing gallery below was already surging with human heads. Their momentum was vast and mighty. Even the open ground below was similarly filled with countless black masses of human heads. At a glance, the bustling crowd was accompanied by an earth-shaking noise as they spread in all directions. Finally, they gathered into one that shot towards the clouds. At the elders' table, Xiao Dingtian, who was in charge of the cabinet, and the others were all present. As the elder who held great authority in the clan, Xiao Dingtian was also in charge of the opening of the clan meeting. Although he had experienced many things in the past, even so, the old man still couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Compared to the past, the highlight of this year's clan gathering was that other than the younger generation of the clan who would compete in the arena, many of the clan's disciples who had gone out to train had returned to the clan and expressed that they would display their skills in the clan gathering. Of course, this display wasn't for them to compete with the younger generation. Instead, it was for them to display the results of their training in the past few years in the form of an exhibition match. Of course, other than this, the other thing that could attract people's interest was naturally, Xiao Yan. The clan gathering is about to begin, but he still hasn't arrived. As a junior, he dares to be so arrogant. If the Xiao clan really takes him in, wouldn't he be so arrogant in the future? Xiao Dingtian's expression was gloomy as he looked at the front row of the viewing platform below. Those seats were reserved for the more outstanding members of the younger generation of the clan. At this moment, Xiao Feng, Xiao Tian, and the rest were all present. However, Xiao Yan was nowhere to be seen. The clan gathering has just started. For people of his level, even if he comes, he will only be a spectator. It doesn't matter if he comes a little late. Just as Xiao Dingtian was cursing in a cold voice, Xiao Jinghong had unknowingly walked over from the side. His words caused Xiao Dingtian's expression to instantly turn gloomy. In the end, it's because I took something from him. You said that you won't be his enemy, and now you want to go against me? Big brother, why do you have to do this? After that incident, I went back and thought about it, and indeed understood some things. Since we are all members of the same clan, blood is thicker than water. Why do you have to force us? Besides, no matter if it's Xiao Yan's wisdom or cultivation talent, they are all top-notch. Xiao Jinghong hesitated for a moment before he sighed and lamented. Are you asking for a reward for him? Xiao Dingtian's face twitched as he swallowed a mouthful of air and said in a serious tone. I just want to tell Big Brother that their bloodline power has yet to be tested. Everything we have done up until now is just a guess. Besides, Xiao Xian has already returned to his normal cultivation. This might be due to the special cultivation method he cultivates. Why do you have to? Enough. Before Xiao Jinghong finished speaking, the former suddenly berated as his old eyes slowly swept across the crowd below. He paused for a moment before he said, Everything I do is for the sake of the future of the clan. Everything that the old me has done is for the future of my Xiao clan. Both you and Xiao Gan are clearly aware of this point. Hence, the old me would rather kill 10,000 people than give in on this matter. All you need to do is tell Xiao Yan that the old me will let him off for the time being during the clan gathering. If he dares to taint the bloodline of my Xiao clan, the old me will definitely kill him. At the end of his words, Xiao Dingtian's tone gradually surged with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely waved his sleeve and couldn't be bothered to explain to the people beside him. He turned around and walked towards the other end of the elders' seating area. Xiao Jinghong couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he looked at the former's stubborn back. Blindly adhering to one's own views might be able to protect the things one wanted to protect to a certain extent, but once this adhering to it for too long, it would unknowingly evolve into pedantry and stubbornness, causing everything to rot along with it. Xiao Dingtian was like this. Empire of Endless Flames. Chapter 1459. As time elapsed, all the seats in the martial arts arena were fully occupied. Even the front row seats were filled with the younger generation of the Xiao clan led by Xiao Feng. Xiao Dingtian and the others were seated on the elder seats that were suspended high in the air. Seated on the main seat was the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng, who was rarely seen. However, what surprised most of the people was the elder seated beside him. It was the Xiao clan's first elder, Xiao Zhen. If it was in the past, the first elder would not participate despite the clan gathering being a rare grand event for the younger generation in the clan. This time around, even he had appeared. From this, it could be seen that the value of this clan gathering had already reached quite a high level. This also caused quite a number of people to subconsciously associate it with Xiao Yan. Even the first elder is standing up for Xiao Yan. It seems like he thinks highly of him. The relationship between Xiao Yan and the three people in charge of the inner pavilion cannot be considered harmonious. This time around, they have stepped forward to help him relieve some pressure. After all, with the first elder around, even Xiao Dingtian, who is in charge of the inner pavilion, would have to restrain himself a little. TSK, you don't know the whole story. Although the first elder is standing up for Xiao Yan, his real motive should be for the second young lady. Among the younger generation of the clan, the second young lady's strength is extremely strong. Moreover, I heard that she has already become a rank 7 alchemist. There will be a good show to watch. The people in the viewing gallery discussed one after another. However, when they mentioned the so-called second young miss of the clan, their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration. This was especially the case when the latter's status as a rank 7 alchemist was mentioned. Almost everyone present thought of Xiao Yan at the same time. The latter had just successfully refined a rank 7 medicinal pill 2 months ago. He was also a genuine rank 7 alchemist. If the two of them were to meet, it was likely that it would not be easy for them to end up in a friendly manner. Clan head Xiao Yuheng frowned slightly as he looked at the row of empty seats in front of the viewing gallery below from the elders' seats. Suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, and the rest had yet to appear even at this moment. This involuntarily caused him to be quietly worried. First Elder Xiao Zhen by the side had also sensed this and was similarly curious in his heart. He might be able to understand why Xiao Yan was not present. However, Xiao Xian had always respected the clan. Unless there was an important reason, the latter would definitely not be late for such a grand occasion. Cough, cough, at this moment, a faint cough infused with Genesis Qi sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately, the noisy chatter swiftly died down. Moments later, the entire place was completely silent. Countless gazes turned towards the elder seating area, awe surging in their gazes. As the top figures of the clan, it was indeed rare for them to gather in this place. Even some of the clan's elders had to maintain a respectful attitude when they saw such a scene, let alone the young disciples. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian stood up, his turbid old eyes slowly scanning the entire place. He paused for a moment when his gaze swept past a certain spot before withdrawing his gaze. A smile appeared on his old face as he said indifferently, "Since everyone is here, everyone has gathered. Since everyone is here, time waits for no man. Let the clan meeting officially begin." Hua. As his voice faded, the countless young disciples of the Xiao clan on the spectator stands below immediately responded with eager faces. The uproar was even louder than before, almost soaring into the sky. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian smiled in satisfaction. He gently pressed his hands into the air, and an invisible pressure immediately swept across the entire place. The atmosphere gradually stabilized, and Xiao Dingtian continued with a smile. According to the rules of the clan gathering, the battle zones will be divided into 3 groups according to one's cultivation level: Origin King, Origin Emperor, and Origin Ancestor. The Origin King battle will start first, and the final 50 winners will receive rewards from the clan. The top 10 will have the right to challenge the Origin Emperor stage, and if they win, the corresponding rewards will be doubled. Origin Emperor, Origin Ancestor, and so on. Remember, the clan gathering is only used to evaluate the strength of all the participants, and it is meant to temper your battle experience. The Elders' Assembly also hopes that you will be able to obtain the greatest amount of growth from each other's battles, and not kill for the sake of obtaining rewards. I hope that you will stop when necessary, or don't blame the Elders' Assembly for being merciless. Now, the first match of the clan gathering, the 10 Origin King battles, begin. The instant the last word left Xiao Dingtian's mouth, a large group of figures immediately leapt onto the stage, covering the sky and covering the earth. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The clan gathering had begun. At the same time, within the Xiao clan, in Xiao Yan's courtyard, Xiao Xian and Lian were standing outside the secret room with a frown. They looked at the secret room that remained silent for a long time, and both of them became slightly nervous. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's gaze shifted, and he looked in the direction of the battle zone. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then he slowly exhaled as he clenched his teeth. The clan gathering has already begun. Lian Er's eyes flashed when she heard that. She looked over as well, and then she let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze returned to the tightly shut door of the secret room, and a wisp of urgency appeared in her eyes. She paused for a moment before saying, "Fortunately, it's only the Origin King battles today. I hope we can make it in time. Girl, tomorrow is the Origin King battles, and the 3rd elder registered for you. You should at least go and take a look today. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage if you don't know the rules." Xiao Xian couldn't bear it when he saw Lian Er's face filled with worry. Lian Er being able to participate in the Xiao clan gathering could be considered as the Xiao clan's acknowledgement of her. When Xiao Yan entered the clan in the future, Lian would be able to avoid those strange gazes. But now, she insisted on staying here, hoping to personally see Xiao Yan come out of seclusion. What is it? Xiao Yan is actually still refining medicinal pills at such a time. Right at this moment, a clear female voice suddenly sounded in front of the courtyard. Their gazes instantly shifted, and they happened to see a man and a woman standing outside the door. The man's figure was tall, and there was a hint of firmness between his brows. The woman wore a tight red dress, and her curvaceous figure was completely revealed. Her pair of snow-white long legs were boldly exposed in the air, and it was even more eye-catching. At this moment, what surprised Xiao Xian the most was that the aura of these two people were actually above the 5-star source ancestor level. Chapter 1460. The sudden appearance of the two made Xiao Xian's face tighten a little, and he immediately scrutinized the two. Lian vigilantly stared at the two people in front of her, faint genesis qi condensing on the surface of her body. In response, the young man and woman smiled faintly and strode forward. They entered the courtyard and looked straight at the secret room Xiao Yan was in. He, the first elder, said that he was the most unique existence in the clan. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that I underestimated him. The young man's magnetic laughter rang out, invisibly exuding a majestic aura that made one unconsciously feel inferior. Xiao Xian frowned, deep in thought. To be able to obtain the recognition of Elder Huizhu, his talent is naturally unquestionable. The only thing that surprised me is that his spirit has reached the grade 7 level. At the side, the red-dressed woman's lips that were as red as blood curled up slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared on her gorgeous face. She slowly stretched out her soft and slender finger, and with a snap of her finger, a cluster of crimson-red flames appeared. It danced along with the woman's finger as it continued to dance. Xiao Xian's eyes tightened a little, and he immediately thought of something. If there's nothing else, I hope you can leave this place. Lian finally couldn't help but let out a low shout. At the same time, a powerful energy wave swept out from her body, pressing towards the two people. Just as the girl was about to attack, Xiao Xian hurriedly stopped her. At the same time, his gaze fell on the man and woman opposite him, and he cupped his fists together. I didn't expect it to be the young clan leader and the second miss. Surprise immediately appeared on the man and woman's faces. They hurriedly cupped their fists together towards Xiao Xian and respectfully said, "Elder, you're too kind. You're an elder of the inner sect, and in terms of seniority, you're above us. How could we dare to accept such a great greeting from you? Elder, please take back your order." Xiao Xian hesitated for a moment, and then looked at the two people again. The man was called Xiao Xiaojun, and he was the son of clan leader Xiao Yuheng. At the same time, he was also known as the most talented person in the younger generation of the clan. At such a young age, he was already regarded by many elders as the next clan leader. The lady beside him was called Xiao Siyu. She was the granddaughter of the first elder, Xiao Zhen. Similarly, as one of the top talents among the younger generation of the clan, her status was something that few people in the clan could match. This was especially so when one added her status as an alchemist. No one among the younger generation of the clan could match up to her. Of course, these conclusions stopped before Xiao Yan appeared. Behind Xiao Xian, Lian was also stunned for a long time by the scene in front of her. It was only when Xiao Xian smiled and rubbed the girl's head, did she suddenly return, and timidly withdrew the powerful aura she released. This change in an instant was really hard to imagine. Was he really an origin expert? The two of you didn't return to the clan this time because of the clan meeting, right? After a few words, Lian, Xiao Xian's Xiao, in response, Xiao Xiaojun smiled and said, "You probably know about the Stone Tribe. I'm sure you already know about the Stone Tribe in the Northern Territory. The Stone Tribe was exterminated, and the upper echelons of the family were quite wary of it. Just in case, they ordered us back." Xiao Xian nodded slightly. He was also curious about the matter of the Stone Tribe. What kind of force could destroy such a large clan without being discovered by outsiders? This was really shocking. As for the clan gathering, it belongs to these young people after all. I have already passed this time. The Shi clan matter is only one of the reasons why I returned to the clan. The second reason is to enter the ancestral temple and complete the clan's sacrifice. As he said this, Xiao Xiaojun's gaze involuntarily stared at the former, as if he was afraid that Xiao Xian would be displeased. Then, he paused for a moment, glanced at the tightly shut door of the secret room, and said again, I have also heard a lot about your recent matters in the clan. Elder Xiao Dingtian's actions are rigid and overly stubborn. He is even a little pedantic. However, he is indeed wholeheartedly doing what is best for the clan. Therefore, I hope that elder will not bear grudges. Young clan leader is not saying these words for me to hear, right? Hearing this, Xiao Xian smiled and did not mind at all. Xiao Yan had stayed in the Xiao clan for a couple of years. The members of the Xiao clan were well aware of how Xiao Yan conducted himself. Although Xiao Xiaojun had just returned to the clan, he was roughly aware of this. Of course, he naturally understood how Xiao Yan conducted himself in the Xiao clan. The intention behind his words was self-evident. Xiao Xiaojun smiled brightly but did not explain further. It was fine as long as everyone understood these principles. He just did not wish for the clan to continue messing around because of some trivial matters. He did not have the authority to lecture Xiao Yan. Now, he could only hope that Xiao Yan would stop. However, Xiao Xian could only helplessly smile in the face of this. He was naturally clearly aware of Xiao Yan's character. Since the relationship between Xiao Yan and Xiao Dingtian had already reached such a stage, it was naturally impossible for things to end well. Even he was unable to intervene. Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Dingtian stayed in the courtyard for a long time. Xiao Xian chatted with the two of them wittily. Compared to some of the stubborn elders in the clan, it was undoubtedly much easier to chat with the two of them. Moreover, when Xiao Xian probed them intentionally or unintentionally, the two of them revealed a favorable impression of Xiao Yan. This caused Xiao Xian to heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the two of them did not belong to Xiao Yan's faction. Otherwise, with their status, it would be impossible for Xiao Yan to join the Xiao clan. After the two of them left, the courtyard regained its tranquility. Xiao Xian's gaze returned to the secret chamber. Withdrawing his mind, Xiao Xian saw that there was still no sign of the door in front of him. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and wait for a long time.